A Hausa botanical vocabulary ******. A Hausa botanical vocabulary. A Hausa botanical vocabulary by John M. Dalziel, M.D., B.Sc., DTM West African Medical Staff T. Fisher Unwin Limited. London, Adelphi Terrace. First published in 1916. All rights reserved. A Hausa botanical vocabulary. A abacoa, a food made from the ground bean, vide under quoru. Abantoko, a va. Avdawa qviabawa, vide under abduga. Abduga or orduga, indigenous species of Gossypium, malvaceae, G. peruvianum, carv. G. punctatum, Schithan. G. obtusifolium, roxb. G. arboreum, L. with varieties, hybrids and other introduced species. The cotton plant or raw cotton. Sin. Ka, sok. Varieties known in different districts are Baka tuka, or Ba tuka, Yotabshi, Yosorai, or Yorarifi, Quanta Ali the Zugu, Ba Gwandor, Yogari, G. obtusifolium, Var africana, Wat, Gvundi, G. peruvianum var with red leaf veins, Chukwi, Lii, G. punctatum, and Kanawa or Matan Kanawa, G. arboreum, L. var sanguinea, Wat. The leaves of the last or of Gvundi are used for making a red dye for thread. Guria, sok, anguria, kano, or yanguria equals cotton seed, su2 or sub2 equals cotton freed from the seed by crushing with a stone and roller and pulled by hand before carding with the mazi or bacon shear, cotton carding bow. Sai or shear equals carded cotton, zaria equals thinly plied cotton thread, used chiefly for the warp, and sometimes for warp and weft, abawa, kano, or bartake, sok. Equals thicker loosely plied thread used for the weft, the coarse cloth godo, or nuru, East Hausa, woven on a vertical loom in broad strips and with a fringe, hosabawa in warp and weft, warai equals cotton yarn ready for weaving, farai, kano, equals woven cotton strips, zugu, sok. Equals cotton strips in a roll, equals kunkaran farai, kano, sawai, sok. Equals the same unrolled, tai, sok, or chinaduga, kano, equals to pluck cotton out of the pod. A bokin kibaya, a tall grass used for arrow shafts, vide yamro. A baru, a grass used for food, vide ibaru. Acre, Digitaria exilis, stapf. Paspalum exile, kip. Gramenii, a small grass cultivated as a cereal in several Hausa provinces, in Borneo, and by many pagan tribes. Sin. Intaya, sok. Kambari, kamuku, and si, hungry rice. Compare also Tumbinjaki. Akai the Jro, Akai the Kara, Akai the Nuno, vase. Of Guinea corn, vide underdawa. A Juruku, Nubaldia leavis, Sunday, Bignoniacii, a tall slender tree with handsome purple flowers, often planted around native compounds. Sin. Ba Rish. A Jiwa, Balanites aegyptiaca, Del. Samarubia. Desert date, a thorny tree common in the north, deciduous but with evergreen branches, befoliate leaves and yellow bittersweet fruit. Its gum equals aronadua. The seeds yield oil of bitu, kanuri, bito. Dabajira equals flowers of ajiwa, boiled and eaten with dordawa. QV salt and pepper, kaikwayo, sok. Kano, and C, equals the kernel, sold as a medicine. Fruit edible, a common ingredient in fish poison. Ago or orgu, guerai, a fish poison, prepared usually from Tephrosia vogelae, compare Baena, vidi under Magimfa, sometimes from the pods of Cassia spp, vidi gamma fa, and C, compare Ajiwa. Orgugu, a native drug, the rhizome of a fern used for tapeworm, probably equals male fern, Nephridium filix not indigenous, brought chiefly from Adamawa. Orgashi, the seeds of ava. Of the watermelon, Citrullus vulgaris, vidi gunna, chewed raw or used in soup. Orgua vidi orgua. Achior aquayi, the seeds of Kyria, QV aqualu, Cano and East, Trochmeria sp. Cucurbitaceae, a wild twiner with a large tuberous root, edible when cooked. Sin. Basco, or Basco, West Sokoto. Akvuia, Ava. Avdawa, QV alal, Blaia sapida, Konig, Sapindaceae. Aki apple, a tree found in the southern provinces, with red capsular fruit. The spongy white areola around the seeds is edible. Nupella equals the name of the fruit. In Hausa generally called Gwanja Cusa, Cuvia lambo, Suspania leptocarpa, D.C. Leguminosae, a slender branched tree with yellow flowers and narrow jointed pods, common on riverbanks. Kanuri, Paya Paya. Other species are included, for example S. aculeata, Pus. S. aegyptica, Poi, and C. Compare also Sasabani and Zamak. Alerfu, Amaranthus caudatus, L. Amaranthaceae. Native spinach, an excellent cultivated vegetable. A red variety resembles the ornamental plant Lovelies bleeding for an Alerfu, Celosia argentea, L. Amaranthaceae, an erect weed of fields, 1 to 2 feet high, with pink and silvery flowering spike, not cultivated but used as a pot herb. Albasa, Allium sapa, Wild. Liliaceae. The onion. Two varieties are distinguished, viz. Gouda, Cano, or Goudaji, Sok, the common bulbous onion, and Shafa, Cano, Safa, Sok, the spring onion, Lawashi or Gabu, Sok. Equals onion leaves pounded and dried, sold in the form of balls and used in soup. Compare to Faranua. Albasa cura, Erginia nigritiana, Bak. Liliaceae, and other common bulbous plants growing wild. Albasa quae, Crinum florum, Saulisp. Amaryllidae, a common plant of damp places, with an umbel of large lily-like flowers, white with a purple stripe. Other species are included and the names of this and the last are commonly confused. The scarlet-flowered Hemanthus rupestris, Bak. Amaryllidae, blood flower, bears the same name. Algarve, the seeds of the common or garden cress Lepidium sativum, Linn. Vide labsa, sold as a medicine, a red variety Algaruja in small masses, and a black variety usually loose. Preparations are made for external and internal use. Algae, Erua tomentosa, first. Amaranthaceae, an erect plant with hoary white leaves and flowers. Etym from the completely white habit, but the name like Biaphilotony, QV is probably applied to other white plants. More generally known as Furfuritagiatumi, QV alabida, Vide alubeda. Aliliba, Cordia abyssinica, our brother, Boraginae, a tree with broad leaves, white flowers, and sweet yellow berries used in making ulwa, and C. aliara, Vide orgua. Alcama, Triticum sativum, lamb. Subrace T. vulgare, vil. Common wheat, or T. compositum, Linn. Mummy miracle or Egyptian wheat, grown chiefly in the north on riverbanks with irrigation. Talia, a sort of macaroni made from alkama flour. Garoza, a sort of native wheaten bread. Punkaso, kano, or fankaso, wheaten cakes fried in oil. The following are delicacies made from alkama: dashishi, cakes like masa but made with honey water. Sunasa, a preparation of wheat with meat and butter. Tuan or equals tuo made with finely ground wheat and butter instead of water. Alkaman tururua, Spermacus starchidea, D.C. Rubiaceae, a common weed eaten by goats, and C. Etym tururua, a species of social harvesting ant. Alubeda or alabida, Carpodinus hirsuta, hua, a Posinaceae, a woody climber, one of the rubber vines in the south. Amymusa, Soc. Irrigristus major, Hoxt. Gramenii, a grass with an unpleasant smell. Etym. Cat's vomit. Sin. Buddery, Soc. Q.V, and Bunsuran Fardama, Katsina and East. Amara, Taka involucrata, Schithan. Takashi, a wild perennial herb with an edible tuber, cultivated in some districts, chiefly by Fulani, in the Benue district, gathered wild and sold in the form of a starchy meal. The same as South Sea arrowroot of the Sandwich and Society Islands. Vide also under Gijanya Bayari. Anguria, cotton seed, Vide under Abduga. Anza, Soc. Cats. And C. Hansa, Goba, Bossia angustifolia, a rich. Caparidae, a pale-leaved shrub. The berries are edible and sometimes the bark is prepared with cereals as a food similarly to the plant bagayi, QV hence also called Anza rashin bagayi, including also the broader-leaved B. senegalensis, lamb. Compersii. Arak, Soc. Vide rake, Saccharama ficinarum, L. one of the two species of sugar cane. Ararabi, Vide Hano. Ataras, Ava. Of cola nut, Vide under Goral. Atilis, a tree, the nut of which yields an oil used medicinally as food, and C. Canarium schwinfurthii, Ingl. Bursracii. African elemi tree or dugger, Vide abdugger. A warwaror, Ipomoea aquatica, fusk. Convolvulaceae, a prostrate purple-flowered convolvulus with haystate leaves, in muddy and marshy places, loosely applied to other species of convolvulus. Sin. Fuengido, because the roots are eaten by warthog. Aya, Cyperus esculentus, L. the tiger nut or rush nut, a sedge, cultivated for its small edible tuber. Aya, Cyperus rotundus, L. Cyperaceae, a common wild sedge with edible slightly fragrant tuberous root. Sin. Gyri, Sok, Vide also and Tunuga. Other wild sedges, for example Cyp. Fenzolianus, Stoid, and C are included. Aba, Musa sapientum, L. Citaminii, the banana. Musa paradisiaca, L. the plantain. Abardagi, Musa sp. A wild species with astringent pulp and black stony seeds. Iona, Vitis thoningae, Baker, Vitis gracilis, Baker, and other species. Ampellidae, species of wild vines with small berries. From the acidity of the leaves they are also called yaku warfatake or Weimahalba. Vide also buyao. Bba angari, a variety of dro, qv barber, birini, or beaker, indigo plant, chiefly Indigofera erecta, Hoxt. And other cultivated species of Indigofera, Leguminosae, Itinctoria, Linn. Ianil, Linn, and C. Compare Talaki. Kwasuzu equals the second crop of barber, said to be the better. Shuni equals prepared indigo, the extracted blue dye stuff, usually sold in cones or small masses and not used in dye pits. Shue equals cloth or thread dyed blue. Tamaski equals a sort of homemade indigo prepared by women, from barber in pots. Barber Han, nasal barber hm, Gynura cernua, Benth. Compositae, a common weed with purple flowers and lyrate leaves, used in soup, and C. Babafardama, Indigofera sp. Wild species growing in damp places. Babajawa, Hadeja, and C. Vide bushy. Babamor, Sok, Ambrosia maritima, Linn. Compositae, an aromatic plant, 1 to 2 feet high, with divided leaves, resembling wormwood. Sin. Bababa, from its common occurrence in indigo fields, also called babatalak and tuchibide, Sok. Barbaradu, Rogeria adenophila, J. Gay, Pedaliaceae, an erect plant with broad leaves, purple tubular flowers and viscid sap. Also called Loda, Sok, but compare De Fara. Babatalaki, Loncocarpus cyanescens, Benth. Leguminosae. Yoruba wild indigo vide talaki and compare Faran songzami. Babatamor, Indigofera erecta, Hoxt. And other spp wild or escaped from cultivation. Babajuyi, B. Jibji, 1. In Sokoto and Katsina equals Datura metal, Linn. Solanaceae, the hairy thorn apple. Sin. Zami, QV2. Elsewhere usually equals Boa havia ascendens, Wild. Nitrogeneae, a common prostrate weed of rubbish heaps, and C with small pink flowers, also called Sarakinjuyi qvibdo, Nymphea lotus, wild. Nymphaceae. White water lily, the starchy rhizome and seeds are edible. Other species are N. guineensis, SCH, and thon with white flowers, N. hudilotii, planch, and N. coerulia, save with purplish flowers, Vidiquanquerita. B. Philotony, Heliotropium undulatum, Vul. Boraginae, a small weed with white flowers. Similar names are however loosely applied to other plants with pale foliage, for example the grass carony, QV, and compare Alagi, Bafuri, Vidi under Balbula. Bagaruwa, Kano, Sok, and C. or Gabaruwa, Zariah, Acacia arabica, wild. Leguminosae. Egyptian mimosa. Indian babool. An acacia with yellow flower balls and jointed pods, sand pods or gambia pods, used all over the Sudan for tanning, also used in making a black dye for leather, called kuloko, QV. The original source of true gum Arabic. Etim, the first name, is a metathetic form of the synonym Gabarawa, Bagaru Asa, Cassia mimosoides, L. leguminosae, a common weed with yellow flowers and pinnate leaves. Bagaru marker, Vidizo galagandi. Ba gashi. Contagora, Vidi undershini. Bagai, Cadaba farinacea, Fusk. Caparidii, a small-leaved hoary shrub of scrambling habit. The leaves and twigs are mixed with cereals to form a sort of pudding or cake common in East Hausa and Borneo, called paza, kanuri, balano, or sawa. Sin. Balambo. NB. This plant is confused with anza, QV, and in some localities, catagum, and C, called by the latter name. Ba guandur, or bugundur, 1. Ava. Of cotton, Vidi under abduga. 2. Ava. Of dawa, QV, from Gwandra, the name of a tribe. Baina, 1. A grass with edible seeds. Sin. Bea, QV2. The fish poison prepared from Tephrosia vogeli, Vidi under Magimfa. Beagini, a Formosia sp. Leguminosae, a tree with pale leaves and flat pods. Etim, from the red resinous bark. Sin. Jina. Baka tuca or ba tuca, ava. Of cotton, Vidi under abduga. Bain bunyu, catagum, Indigufera pulchra, Vul. Leguminosae, a small undershrub with stiff stems, sometimes mixed with thatching grass. The name is probably applied to other species so used. Bacon carda, ava. Of dawa, QV bacon muchum, Sok, Plaeoceras sp. Aposinaceae, a shrub with milky juice and long slender pods. Sin. Bacon may, Sundan may. These names refer to mystical uses in divination, and C. also Gamma sanwa, or G sawa, from the forked peduncle with 3 or 4 developing carpels resembling the tripod stove for a cooking pot equals sanwa. equals Holahina Vulfsberger e, Stapf. Bacon Romy, Ava. Of the Wur, QV Sin. Irama, and Malankabi. Bacon Suda, Polycarpe e Corimbosa, Lamb. Caryophyllae, a small wild herb with whitish chaffy flowers, scarcely distinguished from Magudia. QV, Suda is the name of a bird. Balagandi, Vidi under Rawaya. Balambo, Vidi under Bagayai. Bulasa, or Bulasaya, Camelina nudiflora, Lin. Camelinaceae, a spiderwort, a weed of pastures and waste places, with delicate azure blue flowers, gathered as cattle fodder. Sin. Kununguru, East Hausa. Bulbula, Pulicaria crispa, Clark, compositae, a white-leaved weed with yellow flowers. Etim, the name of the white paddy bird. Sin. Bafiori, and Ferrisra, QV Balano, Vidi under Bagayai. Bambami, Contagora, and C. Alchornia cordata, Benth. Euphorbiaceae, a tall woody climber in ravines. Bambamco, East Hausa, Vidi folfoli. Bambana, the flowering spike of Shala, QV a tall bulrush of marshes. Bamus, East Hausa, a variety of watermelon, Vidi gunna. Barabuchu, a corruption of breadfruit, Artocarpus incisa, a name used by Hausas in Lagos, and C. Barambo, Goba. Sin. Zogalagandi, QV arancaci or aranchaki, Canarvalia ensiformis, D.C. Sword bean. Overlook bean of the West Indies. A large climbing bean common about native houses, not much eaten by Hausas, ripe pods used as a rattle by children. Sin. Ladico, QV Vidi also waken anqua. Anzago, Cano, is a red-seeded variety of the same. Etimki equals a rattle. Barbaji, East Hausa, Rundia nilotica, Stapf, Rubiaceae, a thorny shrub or small tree found in the north. Sin. Sabra or Shora, Sok. Half a cola nut, Vidi under Goror. Ba Rish. Contagora. Sin. Ajuruku, QV Barcono, Capsicum frutescens, BL, Solanaceae. Shrubby capsicum spur pepper and C. annum, Lin. Chilies or red pepper and C. synonyms and varieties are tanka or tanqua, Sok, equals toshshi or twoshshi, Sok. Goba and Zamfara, small red peppers, Side Ufu equals the smallest and hottest peppers. Bunsuran Barcono, a small spherical variety, Tatasei, Sok and Cats, or Tugandai, Kano, and C, equals large and less pungent chilies. Vidi also Fil. Barconan Biari, Cephalandra sp. Cucurbitaceae, a wild twiner with scarlet fruit having a superficial resemblance to capsicum, not edible. Barmatabo, Catagum, and C. Meremia pentaphylla, whole. F. Convolvulaceae, a convolvulus of fences, and C. with digitate leaves and white flowers. Namijin Barmatabo, Ipomoea pilosa, sweet, Convolvulaceae. Sin. Yako, sock and cats, a coarse-leaved convolvulus or morning glory with blue or purple flowers, common on fences. The native names include several species: Arnachaki or Atawandan buzu, a species of edible bean overindulgence in which causes unpleasant effects. Bartake, Vidi under Abduga. Ba rawana, Salix sp. Salakashi. Willow, found along the banks of rivers. Etim from the treacherous yielding of the branches when grasped by a drowning person. Sin. Rimni, sock. Ba samu, sock and zamfara. Sin. Hano, sock and cats, and Ararabi, qv Boswellia odorata, hutch. And Boswellia dielui, hutch. Bursracii. The two species are scarcely distinguished under the different native names. Species of frankincense tree with pale parchment-like bark and white flowers, yielding a fragrant resin. Basco or basco, a tuber, Vidi under aqualu. Atawandan buzu, Vidi arnachaki. Ba tuka, a variety of cotton, Vidi under abduga. Baud, a variety of bean, Vidi under wake, and anuda. Bouch, an asclepiad plant with milky juice and a turnip-like edible tuber, probably Xysum alabium hudalotionum, Dugn. Asclepiadae. Sin. Ruggia, compare also Sanya and Dio. Borgi, East Hausa, Acacia siberiana, D.C. Leguminosae. Sin. Fera Aya, qv Bureri, Gloriosa superba, L. Liliaceae, a climbing lily with splendid crimson and yellow flowers and a tuberous root. Sin. Gatarin Kyorj, Sok, and Gudu Marzomo, Kano and East, from the shape of the versatile stamens. Or, Ficus Naphalacarpa, a rich urticaceae. Rough-leaved fig tree, with edible figs. Oran Fardama, Raffi and C equals various spp of ficus, large broad-leaved trees of ravines, Faran or Vidia warriera. Lubia or rubia equals edible figs of or and other spp of ficus, Vidi durumi, Shia, Gamji. Oran kiashi, 1. Chrozophorus senegalensis, a just. Euphorbiaceae, a common weed used medicinally. Sin. Damagi, qv, kiashi equals a species of ant. 2. A species of fig tree, Ficus sp. Borsch, Terminalia sp. Nr. T. Macroptera, G. Combataceae, a large tree with flat-winged fruits. Boughs and walking sticks are made from the roots. More than one species is included, for example T. Elliotii, Ingle and Dials. T. Baumannii, Ingle. And Dials. T. Avicenioides, Gill. Idpo. Boru, Vidi under Shinkafat. Bayer, Katag and East, Baina, Kano, Panicum albigelam, Kunth. Gramenii, a wild grass with an edible grain used as food, common in East Hausa. Sin. C. and Garagi, qv Bayama, Contagora, and C. Schwartzia madagascariensis, olive. Leguminosae, a tree of the Cassia tribe, with white flowers and cylindrical pods, probably including other species. Compare Bogosage, Gamma Pha, and C. Bayan Maria, Andropogon ceraceiformis, Nes. Gramineae, a common bush grass much used for thatch. Etim. Cobs back from its russet color when mature. Bazara, Goba. Sin. Zau, Ava. Of bean, Vide under wake. Ba Zamphare, Catagum, and C. Cassia occidentalis, L. Leguminosae. Sin. Rai or Qv Basina, Zariah and Cano, Comifera castingae, Ingl. Bursraceae. Sin. Dali, Qv a tree with green smooth bark, planted around native compounds. Bazorm or basum, a corruption of Beazabam, Ava. Avdro, Qv Bide, 1. Ava. Of earth nut, Vide under Gugia. 2. A speckled Va. Of bean, Vide under wake. By Jage, full, Ficus sp. Nr. F. Populifolia, Val. Urticaceae, a fig tree with pale bark and drooping branches, found on rocky hills in Yola province, and C. Said to be an ingredient in arrow poison. Bini the Zugu, or Kini the Zugu, Jatropha curcas, L. Euphorbiaceae. Purging nut, physic nut and C. A soft-wooded shrub with broad leaves, commonly planted as a hedge, one of the less important oil seeds, seeds used in native medicine, Vide Kufi. Etim from the purging property and the suggested necessity of being prepared with grave cloth. Bini Zwierzwia, by Tarzierzia, a native medicine used by youths as a love charm, and C. Hard shining seeds of a plant, nut. Ordia canthaceae. Etim haste or eagerness in following the object of desire. Bischia, Pl. Bischii, generic for tree. By Tarka Syrah, Vanguria de Yelyi, Hutch. Rubiaceae, a shrub with globular berries, used medicinally. The name is probably applied to several plants supposed to act as antidotes to arrow poison, Macarindaceae, Qv. Byrona or Byrona, Crotalaria obovata, Don. Leguminosae, a yellow-flowered undershrub with inflated pods. Etim similar to heliotrope from the expanding of the leaf surfaces towards the sun. Biawaki, or Girawaki, Gujiarawaki, Hudarawaki, are names given to various species of Crotalaria, used as fodder, Vide Girawaki. Bogosage, Zamphara, Schwartzia madagascariensis, olive. And other species, Leguminosae, a tree with long cylindrical pods used to stupefy fish. Vidiago. Sin. Gwazkia, and compare Gamma Pha, and Bayama. Bubukai, Sok, Panicum interruptum, Wild. Gramineae, a grass of marshes and rivers, 2 or more feet high, with long narrow green flowering spike. Bubukuwa or Subcobubukuwa, Tripogon minimus, Hoxt. A small tufted grass. Etim from its habitat where the pelican is supposed to alight, and supposed to be the earliest grass of spring. Buyao, the same as Iona or Yaku war for take, QV and perhaps other plants with acid leaves which are used to relieve thirst, Yao equals saliva. Buddery, Erigristus major, Hoxt. Gramenii, a grass about 1 to 2 feet high, with an unpleasant smell. Sin. Amaimusa, QV and Bunsuran fardama. Etim buddery, a malodorous animal. Bugundur, a corruption of Bagwandur, ava. Of cotton and ava. Of Guinea corn. Bundin kyorj, Vidivatsia kyorj. Bununi, the exerted stamens of any grass, most commonly applied to dro and dawa. Bunsuru, a synonym for birchuntuna, QV bunsuran daji, a name applied to more than one species of rough grass, for example Heteropogon contortus, R&S, wild oats, and others. Buranjaki, Vidi under Gwaza Jawa. Buran carrier, Vidi under Wododon Quo. The name is also used for certain fungi. Buranzaki, Cucumis matuliferus, Ehe. Cucurbitaceae. Sin. Nonancura, QV berbawa, Soc, and C. Erigristus tremula, Hoxt. Gramenii, a wild grass about 2 feet high, an excellent fodder, seeds eaten in scarcity. Sin. Comia, Cano, and C. Berber war fardama, Comia tar fardama, Erigristus biformis, Kunth. And perhaps other species, grasses 2 to 4 feet high in meadows, and C. Vidi also under Tsinsia. Birchuntuna, Ustalago sp. A smut fungus which affects the fruiting dawa, forming a black powder, also called bunsuru. Buragu, Soc. Panicum stagninum, cone. Gramenii, a grass whose growth chokes up swampy streams, a good fodder. The soft juicy stems are sucked or made into sugar water. Burungyu, unhusked rice. Sin. Shanshera, Vidi under Shinkafat. Urzu, Vernonia perotetii, SCHBIP. Compositae, a weed of cultivated fields, with blue thistle-like flowers. Urzaninya equals the stone of the fruit of Inya, QV bushy, Soc. Burgessa fruticosa, Fens. Ilatiniae, a low heath-like plant, used medicinally. Sin. Babajawa, Hadija, and C. Buta, one of the varieties of the bottle gourd, Vidi under Duma. Buchatu, the narrow end of some forms of the bottle gourd used as a blowing horn, Vidi under Duma. C. Shochaka. Zamfara, Caparis tomentosa, Vidi abdodo. Chesheko, Vidi zamak. Shia, Ficus thoninjae, Bloom, Urticaceae, a very common tree with dark green foliage and small figs, much planted as a shade tree. Shei, a fiber, Vidi under Yawa. Chishawa, Soc. Meirua angolensis, D.C. Caparidii, a small tree with white flowers and elongated beaded fruit. Kaini the Zugu, Vidi bini the Zugu, Jatropha kirkas, physic nut chiriri, sock and zamf, combatum castinga ingle, and dials. Combataceae, a gum-yielding tree with smooth leaves and four-winged fruit. Sin. Dagera and probably also Zindi, Qv chita, Amomum miligueta, Roscoe, Citaminii. Guinea grains. Grains of paradise. Miligueta pepper. A capsular fruit containing small red aromatic seeds used as a spice. Chittacomfer, or chittayaji equals another va of spice. Chittarafu, Zingiberifisonale, Roscoe, Citaminii. Ginger. Afawa, a pagan tribe in Nasarawa. Chiwo or Chiwo, Landolphia oariensis, Bove. And L. Florida, Benth. Apocynaceae. Rubber vines, tall woody climbers with white fragrant flowers and orange-colored edible fruit. The latex of L. oariensis forms a good rubber, that of L. Florida is useless. Chisaki, probably the same as abdodo, Qv chachankaria or gatankaria, vidi gujia hankaka. Chukwi, a va of cotton, vidi under abduga. Chuzardoki, a medicine or food to keep horses fit, made from leaves of cuca, Qv with dusa and canwa. D. de bajira, vidi under ajiwa. Dabino, Phoenix dactylifera, Lin. Palmii. Date palm. Varieties of date are Zabia or Jan Dabino, a long red sweet variety, Maga or Andamina, a stoneless date. Kalilai equals flowers of the date. Dabinon biari, a low species of palm with small yellow date-like fruit, found in ravines, used in weaving mats, straw hats, and seasin. Cajun gyri. Phoenix reclinator. Dabrin sanya, vidi under gadon mashiji. Dadawa or dawadawa, a grass, vidi jizama. Dadawa, kano, or dordawa, sock, black fermented cakes made from the seeds of the orawa, Qv sin. Tekaluwa. Aeri or aurea, kano and sock, Vitis quadrangularis, Lin. Ampelidii, a vine with quadrangular succulent jointed stems, climbing on trees. Etym connected with the multiple branching at the joints. Sin. Satsaracura. Edible stemmed vine de fadu, elk's horn fern, an epiphyte. Platycercia methiopicum. De fara, Vitis pallida, Baker, Ampelidii, a vine bearing a kind of wild grapes. The root bark forms a viscid solution which is mixed with native cement for lining dye pits, and seasin. Loda or Lodar marina, compare also Barbaradu. The fruit, used in soup, is sometimes called lubia, Qv dagera, combatum sp. Combataceae. A gum-yielding tree. Sin. Chiriri. Dio, full, vidi under logia, bouch, and cedar couche, vidi cascaifi. Aquara, Acacia Senegal, wild. Leguminosae, a thorny acacia, with spikes of white flowers and grey bark, the source of the true gum arabic. A. Hashab. Vide also Yawa and Mia. The name includes the similar Acacia dudgeonii, crabe. Dalziel, a variety of kola nut, vide under Goral. Dali, Cano, Katsina, and C. Also Dala, Comifera castinga e, Ingl. Bursra ce. A soft-wooded tree with smooth green bark, planted around native compounds. Sin. Bazana, Cano and Zaria, Gurzandali, Katagum, and C. Hanagabara, Zamfara, from the wood and foliage being difficult to ignite. Kai ganingula, Zamfara, also Barnalgada, because long-lived and inherited. Delo, Combatum glutinosum, per. Combataceae, a tree resembling Chiaria and Tyramia, QV damagi, Chrosophora senegalensis, adjust. Euphorbiaceae, a common weed with small red flowers, used medicinally. Sin. Orankiashi, QV. One of the ingredients in the native prescription Regia coffee, QV. Damanabiriu, vide an arbin, a variety of bean. Damba equals, Andropogon tectorum, schith, Gramenii, a tall grass of marshes, and C. Used as fodder when young, and for zana when mature. Damro or duro, a variety of millet, Penistum spicatum, B and S, similar to Mewa, QV compared ro. An arbin, a variety of bean planted near water and supposed to ripen in 40 days. Sin. Damanabiriu, Sok and Cano, and Karkabiriu, Goba. And Damana, a variety of date, vide under Dabino. Dandami, vide under Lalan Shamuwa. Dandana, Schwenkia americana, Lin. Solanaceae, a herb with narrow tubular flowers, used medicinally. Sin. Parpats or farfats, Cano. Anatta, Anvta, vide Atania, a bitter grass. Thelipagon elegans, Roth. Anfarkami, Sok, Munekma hispida, Hoxt. Acanthaceae, a common weed of pastures, with rough leaves and white flowers. Sin. Physo, Sok and Cats, Fisawa, Katagum. Angaraza equals flowers of the tamarind tree, Hudarsamia. Ankafi or Hankafi, the name of a crablouse, hence applied to more than one plant with seeds which adhere to the clothing like burrs. Etym similar to cleavers. Chiefly equals Desmodium lasiocarpum, DC. Leguminosae. Sin. Marafi, QV. Also Triumpheta pentandra, a rich. Tiliaceae, vide Shur and Fardama. Dankali, Cano, and C. Ipomoea batatas, lamb. Convolvulaceae. Sweet potato. Red and white varieties are known. Sin. Dukuma and Kudaku, Sok and Zamfara, generally equals the red one, Laurel equals the white one. Kugundugu, a name used on the Binu, Yola, and C equals Yo. Kukunduku. Dankon kui anjai, dried leaves of the convolvulus Ipomoea pilosa, sweet, and other species, vide Yako and Barmatabo, used medicinally. Danko Mayweri, Ficus sp. A tree in the south, yielding an inferior rubber. Anquataho, a variety of kola nut, vide under Goror. Anqualoge, a variety of bean, vide under Wake. Anmarike, Catagum, and C. Indigofera secundiflora, poi. Leguminosae, vide under Marike. Antunuga or Kajiji antunuga, the fragrant tuber of a sedge, Cyperus sp. Tunuga equals a town in French Borgu. Probably Cyperus rotundus, compare Aya and Kajiji. Anuda or Beaud, a variety of bean, half white half black, compare a variety of sheep of the same name. Udawa, a section of Fulani, vide under Wake. Danya, Spondius sp. Anacardiaceae, a tree with pinnate leaves and yellow plum-like fruit of pleasant flavor. The fruit is called nunu. Compare also Tsedam meza. Any ngumi equals husked but unboiled rice, vide gumi and shinka fat. Danii, sok, vide dai. Anzago, a kind of bean, vide under Rankachi. Darambewa equals armlets made of plaited grass, hence applied to several species of grass, vide Karani, Gaji, Gemma, and C. Dargza, Grewia mollis, just. Tiliaceae, a shrub with small yellow flowers. The bark is mucilaginous and used in soup, and occasionally to harden mud floors. Dashi, Balsamodendron africanum, a rich. Bursraceae, African myrrh. African bdellium, a shrub with the habit of the blackthorn, yielding a fragrant gum resin used medicinally and as a scent for clothing. Namijin dashi, Balsamodendron pedunculatum, Kochi. Idpia, a shrub somewhat similar to the above but less fragrant. Dashishi, vide under Alkmaar. Atta ovta, a small bitter native tomato, vide under Gorta. Aetania ovdana, Thelepagon elegans, Roth. Gramenii, a bitter grass given to horses as a tonic. Sin. Jashirin awaki and anatta. Etim from the bitter taste. Datsi, Aristida siberiana, Trin. Gramenii, a long-horned grass, common in the north. Jan datsi vide Jan bako. Dawa or quadawa, Dicamatomentosa, Cas. Compositae, a small thistle-like weed. Sin. Farandai. Etim perhaps from use as a local application to putrescent wounds. Daramagusawa, Blepharis linearifolia, Pus. Acanthaceae, a prickly plant with blue flowers. Sin. Phascaratoii, and, Gijai, Qv Dawarawa, vide Limnia. Dordawa, Sok, vide Dadawa and Orawa, vide also under Kiria. Dordawa biso, seeds of Yakuwa, Hibiscus subtarifa, Lin. Qv boiled and prepared either for food or as a medicinal vehicle. Dorda war cuca, seeds of cuca, Adansonia digitata, made into cakes, and C. Duro, vide Damro. Dawa, sorghum vulgare, Pus. Gramenii. Guinea corn. great millet. Dura. The following are some of the numerous varieties. Abantoko, Ilo, Akai the Dro, grows rapidly and is ripe with the Dro. Akai the Kara, matures at the same season as sugar cane. Takana, Akai the Nunno, like Farafara, a soft grain only used for cunu and not for tuo. Akvuia, a yellow grain used for horses. Bacon Carda, a variety with a long head. Bacon Romi, from the slender quivering habit, the same as Irama. Bugundera or Bagwandor, a variety with a compact head. Compare a variety of cotton. Vidi Abduga, Farafara, a white variety. Chuakamba, a white variety larger than Farafara, late maturing. Haninjawa, white with a large head of grain. Janjeri, sock. Equals Jigari, full, or Janari, a red inferior grain which makes red cunu and tuo. Chadawa, a red grain used for horses. Cura, considered the best for horses. Common in Zamfara, in two varieties, Viscolan, Cura myfaran quano, or myfaran socia, and Cura mybane quano, Irama, a red grain with loose nodding panicle, equals Bacon Romi, Makeri, early maturing and considered one of the best. Makafo the Weo, a soft sweet variety, a luxury. De Warsaracuna, Mal, Sokoto West, planted in wet places. Malankabi, the same as Irama. Malan Mama or Malan Zamfara, a larger nodding variety like the last. Mame, a soft sweet variety, nearly the same as Makafo the Weo, eaten whole. Mazakawa or Mazakwa, full masqueri, a dry season corn, grown in alluvial soil left as the rivers fall, chiefly in Adamawa and Borneo, sometimes eaten whole after cooking. Weo, a red or yellow variety. Zago, the same as Cura. Birchuntuna equals Ustalago sp. A guinea corn smut, forming a black powder in the ear, also called atsa, and bunsuru. Giomro equals secondary shoots of guinea corn from the roots left at harvest, said to be injurious to animals. Domina, a gummy blight, Aphis sorgi. Carandafi, the red leaf sheaths of certain forms of dawa, used as a red dye. Kazumbarawa, corn growing up anywhere from stray seeds, sometimes popularly believed to grow from an unhusked grain and not always maturing. The stems are used for flutes. Sariwa. Sambara, dawa or dro half grown at harvest and left to mature later. Compare also Kamami and Yabenya. Dawadawa or Dadawa, a grass, Vidi Jizama. Dawarkada, D. Rafi, D. Dorina, and C. Sorghum Hailpence, Pus. A very tall riverside grass with pith in the stems, the probable ancestor of cultivated dawa, one of several called elephant grass dawo. Hausa, Yoruba are the Tetrapleurothoninja e. Benth. Leguminosae, a large tree with thick four-angled pods sold as a market drug in the south. Compare Kalangandaji and Sundan May. Dei, Centaura calcitrapa, Lin. Composite. Star thistle. A thistle with long straight spines, common in fields, and C. Eaten by camels, one of the plants sometimes called caltrop, compare Cedo. Sin. Enii, sok, and Shurundi, cats. Namijindaei, Lactuca sp. A species of wild lettuce, probably including several field plants of the nat. Ord, composite. Dangerwa, vidi under Sariagwaiwa. Iauya, Oyauya or Oya, Ocimum americanum, Linn. Labiatai, a fragrant herb allied to basil. The name includes other introduced species planted near houses, Ocimum viride, wild. Fever plant of S. Leone and Liberia. O.C. Basilicum, Linn. Sweet basil. Eolanthus poetneri, Gurk, and C. Iauya carrier or Fardama, Hyptis spicigera, lamb. Labiatai. A weed of waste places. Sin. Rutincarda. Gunner, Lucas martinicensis, our brother, Labiatai. An odorous weed with whorls of small white flowers. Sin. Saraku war sorrow, cats. Dinkin, the young leaves of certain plants used fresh with ground nuts, salt, pepper, and sea made up as food, chiefly Diinia, Viinia, also of Zuo, QV and sometimes used of Roma and other plants with edible leaves. Inya, Kano, Umya, Sok, Vitexian Kowski, Kochiit Pia. Verbinaceae, a common tree with digitate leaves, fragrant flowers, and a black plum-like fruit used in making mai, vidi under Dinkin, Urzu or Urzan Inya equals Wallen Inya, the stone of the fruit. Inya biari, Vitex diversifolia, back, a shrub or small tree with fragrant leaves, and flowers similar to those of Inya. Diarin the Rani, Kano, a variety of Roma, Qviwa, Ritacan congonsis, Hack, a tall grass, used for making screens, Zana, and Cian Hanwaya, Sok, Ctenolepis chirosiformis hook. F. Cucurbitaceae. A twiner with scarlet berries, Hanwaya or Hawania equals Chameleon, Sin. Namijin garifani. Aurea, Vitis quadrangularis, Linn. Ampelidii, Vidiaeri. Oyauya or Oya, Vidi Iauya. Duca, Isaberlinia duca, Crabe. Idstapf, Leguminosae, a large tree with white flowers, shining leaves and large flat pods, very abundant in central Hausaland. Feridica, Isaberlinia de Crabe. Idstapf, a large tree closely allied to the last, with paler leaves and bark. Domina, a gummy blight on Guinea corn and other cereals, Aphis sorgi. Domashi, Vernonia cochiana, Schultz. Composite, an undershrub with bitter root, used as a tonic medicine, and C. Damash in Maza. Catagum, Vidi under Mat Samama. Orawa or Orawa, Parkia phyllicoide, well. Leguminosae. African locust bean tree, a large acacia-like tree with pendulous balls of deep red flowers and bunches of pods. The seeds and the mealy yellow pulp of the pods are used as food. Kaluwa equals seeds of orawa, which are made into black fermented cakes called dodawa, sok, or dadawa, kano, and also te kaluwa. Makuba equals fermented extract of husks of orawa pods, used for hardening beaten floors, sides of indigo pits, and C. Sada or Safada, Kano, equals young fruiting heads of Orawa, etim from resemblance in shape and surface to a plaited garment of that name. Tutu, or Turu, equals the red pendulous flower balls, sucked by boys. Gunda Tutu equals the unexpanded flower buds. Garda equals the unripe pods when bright brown in color and beginning to form seeds, the name of a brown-winged dove. The successive stages from bud to pod are Kashin Awaki, Kashin Rauma, Tutu, Safada, Garda. Harawan Orawa equals the membranous lining of the pods used as a fiber for tying arrows, and C. Doya, Dioscorea sativa, Lin. D. prehensilis, Benth. D. abyssinica, Hoxt. D. elata, L. Dioscoridae. Cultivated yams. Vidi also secata, and areza, Doya kudu. Doya bisa, the edible solid bulbs in the leaf axils of certain species of Dioscorea. Sin. Tuan biari. Doya daiji, wild species of Dioscorea. Doya kyorj, Curculigo galabatensis, Schwinf. Amaryllidae, a yellow-flowered herb with a stout vertical rhizome. Sin. Murachine makayuwa, qv doyajawa, vidi iajawa. Dufawa, a dense thorny thicket, compare gumby and umachi, generally applied to the acacia called Sara iya, qv ducky or donkey, sock and cats. Celtis integrifolia, lamb. Urticaceae, nettle tree, a large tree with serrate leaves somewhat like those of the nettle. The young leaves are used in soup and as fodder. Sin. Zuwo, Kano, Zariah, and C. Compare also Dinkin. Dukuma, vidi under Dankali. Dulu, Ficus sp. A tree with large figs, common in ravines. Duma, Larginaria vulgaris, so. Cucurbitaceae. Bottle gourd, club gourd or white pumpkin, the common white-flowered cultivated gourd with soft foliage and variously shaped fruits known by different names, Buta, Gora, and Chiandama. Common water bottle gourds, Hallow, a small pear-shaped one used to carry rawan or wala, Oo, Quaquo or Quachia, a small-sized calabash used as a cup, Cumbu, ditto with cover, used as a small box for snuff, and C. Waria, common larger calabash, Mazaki and Mabakachi, the largest sized calabash used at market. And for separating grain from husk, and C. Ludai or Ludai, sock, bottle gourd with narrow neck, split to form spoons, ladles, and C. Kololo, similar to Ludai, with hollow neck, Gecko, sock, like Ludai with solid neck, Moda, larger bottle gourd with curved neck which serves as a handle, the body pierced for use as a dipper or handled pot, Shantu, long narrow gourd used as a musical instrument, Buchatu, the narrow portion of Shantu or Ludai, and C used as a blowing horn, Chemo, a short wide mouthed club-shaped or large pear-shaped gourd, used to hold milk, and C. Zuru and Zunguru, club-shaped or cylindrical gourds used in the application of lal to the hand, Kirchu, bottle or club-shaped with narrow neck, the wider portion used for immersing the hand in staining with henna, the narrow half used as a blowing horn. Quton Tadawa, an ovoid tubercled gourd, used for native ink pots, and C. vide also Culbutuorsina, sok, an edible variety resembling a cucumber, and Kurzunu, a tubercled variety of the same. Du Mardutsi, vide underga or cuca. Du Marcada, D. raffi, Ipomoea repens, lamb. Convolvulaceae, a common trailing convolvulus with broad round leaves and purple flowers. Du Marqui, Ipomoea sp. Ava. Of convolvulus. Umya, sok, vide inya, cano. Anu, Ditrostachys nutans, brother, Leguminosae, a thorny shrub like an acacia, with pendulous lilac-colored flower spikes, and clusters of twisted pods, fiber from the root bark. Vide undermere and yawa. Donkey, vide ducky. Durumi, Ficus syringifolia, werb. Urticaceae, a very familiar species of fig tree with small figs and heart-shaped shining leaves, affording splendid shade. Dussi, cano, Dussa, East Hausa, Acaciaceal, Del. Leguminosae, the talgum acacia, a thorny tree with yellow flower balls and an ochre powder on the bark. Sin. Jimshi, sok, and Gishishia, Zamfara. Duza, sok and Zamf, Citeria aura, Hoxt. Gramenii. Bristly foxtail grass, a grass of damp places, used for thatch. Sin. Yasuwa Rafi or Tafadama. Compare Yasuwa. Vda or Atta, a small native bitter tomato, vide undergorta. Vdana, vide Atania. F. faithwa, sok and Zamf, Penistum unistum, Benth. Gramenii, a tall grass with hollow stems and sharp leaf edges. Etim because it rasps the hand, faith equals to scrape. Sin. Karen couch and Kakoro, Contagora. Folfoli, sok, Ischinome sensitiva, Swartz. Leguminosae, a tall slender plant of marshes, with spongy pith used for floats, karu, and sin. Gumbilaki, and Bambamco, East Hausa. Fankaso or Punkaso, vide under Alkmaar. Feridica, Isaberlinia de Yelui, Crabe. Idstapf, Leguminosae, a large tree, vide underdica. Farafara, a white va. Avdawa, qv ferigza, combatum aculeatum, vent. Combataceae, a shrub with white flowers, somewhat resembling hawthorn, and four-angled fruit. Feraia, Acacia siberiana, D.C. Leguminosae, a gum-yielding acacia with long white thorns, dark foliage, and white flower balls. Sin. Borgi, East Hausa. Ferrisra, Pulicaria crispa, Clark, Compositae, a white-leaved weed with yellow flowers, common in fields. Etimsra or sabra equals fallow fields. Sin. Bafuri, and Balbula, qv farfarts or parpats, vide dandana. Fairai, vide under Abduga. Fairai, of watermelon, vidi under gunner. For rich in Schafo, or umber Schafo, equals falcon's claw, a tall acacia with strong curved thorns, the same as or closely similar to Arara, QV Acacia campyle cantha, Hoxt, or nearly allied species. Ferengamo, Ipomoea argentorata, whole. F. Convolvulaceae, a trailing convolvulus with whitish flowers and silvery hairy leaves. Sin. Ka phi boca. Etim ganmo, gamo or ganwo equals a head pad. Feren songzami, sock and cats, Loncocarpus laxiflorus, Giat p. leguminosae, a tree with purple flowers. The leaves are capable of affording a dye like indigo. Compare talaki. Sin. Shunin Byari, and compare Halshan Sat. Feru, Odina Bartari, Olive. And other spp Anacardiaceae, a large tree with pinnate leaves and small berries, the bark yields a resin. Sin. Tue, Zamfara, or Farun Byari, Sok. In Sokoto Feru or Farun mutane equals Odina sp. Different from the above, with paler and smoother foliage. Farun makioa, a wild vine, vidi under Sabiari kinkini. Fazadaga, the seeds of the tree Kawo, Qv Phasalia africana, sm, leguminosae, sold as a medicine or charm in fight, and c. etim from its use as a charm in battle, daga, to put the enemy to flight, suggested by the explosive dehiscence of the pods scattering the seeds. Also called Fazamaza. Faza abba, or Faza cumberi, Portulaca oleracea, L and other spp, Portulacaceae. Purslane. A weed with succulent leaves, used as a local application to swellings. Etim. Disperse swellings. Sin. Sarakinjibji, and Harshan Sanyaya or Dabrin Sanyaya, compare Gadon Mashiji and Vidi Rugia Kafi. Fazaweri, Xanthoxylum senegalens, D.C. Rutaceae, a thorny tree with pinnate leaves, found in ravines in the Benue district. The fragrant bark is sold as a medicine and spice. Fascarajawa, Ormocarpum bibractetum, Baker, leguminosae, a shrub with tough flexible branches, small pinnate leaves and purple flowers. Etim from the tough texture of the wood which the elephant cannot break. In Zamfara this is sometimes called Sacuvi fascaratoii, Blepharis linearifolia, Pus. Acanthaceae, a prickly herb with blue flowers and spiny leaves used to trace ornamental lines on earthenware. Sin. Gijai. Dauramaguzawa. Etim because it often remains unburnt when the grass is fired. Phaetarca, Pergularia tomentosa, L. Asclepiadae, a plant with orbicular hoary leaves and milky juice, used by tanners as a baiting bath after unhairing and before tanning. Sin. Quatoa, Sok. Fate, a medicine or love potion used by women, made from the leaves of shawaka, and c. Vernonia amygdalina, QV. Also a food prepared from various plants, for example flowers of samia, or leaves of rama, Yaaya or Zoradu. Screens made usually of the bulrushula, qv fida hakukuwa, discorist perotetii, okunth. Acanthaceae, a waterside plant. Etim from the use of the seed to remove spicules of grass, and C from the eye, the foreign particle adhering to the mucilaginous coat of the seed when placed in the eye. Fidosartsi, or Fidosaruta, Goba, Euphorbia lateriflora, Schithan. A shrub with milky juice much used for hedges. Etim from its use as a poultice to extract a splinter. Fideli, Cassia abscess, L. leguminosae. Four-leaved senna, an undershrub with viscous foliage used medicinally. Filasco, Cassia obovata, coloured. Leguminosae. Italian Senegal or Tripoli senna, a low shrub with yellow flowers and flat sickle-shaped transversely ribbed pods, one of the varieties of commercial senna. Filfil, a spice, probably a va. Of capsicum, Arab felfil. Fisawa or Physo. Vidi and Farkami. Fitta, Clinogen philipes, Benth. Donax philipes, Scauman, Citaminii, a water plant with spearhead-shaped leaves commonly used to wrap up food. Fiaca, Vidi Gibdar Asa and Ga or Cuca. Fuda or Huda equals young flower buds of any tree, compare Tofo and Lebe. Hudar Awaki, Vidi Gear Awaki. Philosopho, Polycarpae linearifolia, D.C. Caryophyllae, a herb with heads of white chaffy flowers. Sin. Magudia, QV compare Bacon Suda. Fiora, a grass, Penistum pedicellatum. Sin. Yeshua, QV fure equals a flower, when unqualified generally equals flowers of the tobacco plant. Fuan Gadu, Fgido, Vidia warwaror. Fuan Yang Saraki, Loncocarpus sp. A tree with panicles of blue or purple flowers, used as a charm by one who hopes to be king. Fur Fiora Taj Yatumi, or Jatumi, Erua tomentosa, first. Amaranthaceae, a hoary white erect plant, Vidi alagi. Etim. Hoary locks. The name is loosely applied to some other plants of white habit. G. gabashara, Sok and Xanth, Acacia dieli, Crabe. Leguminosae, a tree with panicles of yellow flower balls. Etim the name of the yellow-breasted thrush Cocypher albicapilla. Sin. Guano. Gabara, Sok, Aradu donax, L. graymenii. Spanish reed, a very tall grass of river banks, with hollow stem and large silky flowering head, stems used for flutes and pipe stems. Sin. Makara, QV and Vitsiajawa. Gaburyuwa, Sin. Bagaryuwa, QV Acacia arabica, Wild. Gabu, Vidi under albasa. Garcuca or Gar-or-Cuca, Catagum, and see the full name, Aristolochia albida, Dutch. Aristolochia ce, a twiner with oddly shaped lurid black-purple flowers, sometimes confused with Gibdar asa, Q.V, and the bitter root sold as such, a remedy for guinea worm, and C and a bitter tonic. Sin. Mchinasa, du mardutsi, and Fiaca. Gay dargi, Alisocarpus vaginalis, D.C. Leguminosae, a common herb, used when ripe as a fodder for horses, including the similar Arugosius, D.C. Gadon mashigi, Soc. Trianthema monogena, L and T pentandra, L. Ficoidea. Horse purslane, two very similar and common succulent weeds, forming a thick growth in waste places. Synonyms are hanatama, because one has to walk warily amongst it, and dabrin sanya, equals cow's lip, but compare halshan sanya or faza abba. The name is elsewhere commonly applied to a species of convolvulus, Yamururu, Qv gadu, Zamfara, Pavetta barteri, Dor, Rubiaceae, a shrub the leaves of which are used by some pagan tribes as food, with Q new of cereals, and C. gargaei, an aphrodisiac prescription of 12 ingredients, Vidi gangawerai, applied also to several plants supposed to have the same property. For example, Bain gargaei equals Father Gia agrestus, Schwinf. Rubiaceae, an erect plant with a tough root. Gaji, Soc, a grass used for plaiting armlets, and C. Sin, Karani and Darambewa. Gajrai, Cumbopogon hirtus, Gramenii, a tall grass used for thatching, for Zana, and C. Sin. Gymphi, or Jimpa, Soc. Cats. And Xanth. The name probably includes more than one species. Gamba, Andropogon gaianus, Kunth. Gramenii, a very common tall grass with bifid flowering spikes, perhaps the most commonly used grass for Zana. Gamji or Ganji, Cano, Ficus platyphylla. Urticaceae. Guttapachar tree, a large tree with broad conspicuously veined leaves and small edible figs, Vidi lubia. The latex forms an inferior kind of rubber, red cano rubber. Gamma fa, cano, and C. Cassia cochiana, olive. Leguminosae, a tree with laburnum-like yellow flowers and long cylindrical pods which do not split. Sin. Malga or marga, Soc. Goba, and C. Also Cassia siberiana, D.C. And perhaps other species, very similar to the pudding pipe tree, Cassia fistula. The dark pulp around the seeds is a laxative drug. Scarcely distinguished in Hausa from the somewhat similar Cassia arire, Swartzia madagascariensis, olive. And others whose pods split longitudinally. Vidi under Bayama, Bogosage, and Halfwa. The pods of some of these are sometimes used as a fish poison, Vidi under Ago and Baina. Etim gamma fa, leading to feud from unskilled or improper use as a drug, Gamagari, Vidi under Goror. Gamma sanwa, Vidi bacon muchum. Gammon Meremia angustifolia. Sin. Yamururu. Etim the equivalent of a berry name, slave's headpad. Gandhi, ava. Of cola nut, Vidi under Goror. Gangamor, curcuma longa, L. Citaminii, turmeric, a plant like ginger, The rhizome is sold in the form of slices and used as a yellow dye for leather, and sin. Turi. Canuricagum, Arabic and Hebrew kirkum. Compares abibi. Gangame, sok. The expanded fronds of the palms Goriba or Giginia, and sin. Kari, Kano, nearly the same as Kaba, Qv Gangaweri, the thickened root of a sedge or grass, one of the constant ingredients of the aphrodisiac Gargai, Qv Ganji, Kano. Sin. Gamji, Qv Ficus plati fila, del. Ganji Gaga, Ava. Of kola nut, Vidi under Goror. Gan 1 Roma equals coils of undressed hemp fiber, Vidi under Roma. Garofani, Mo Mordica balsamina, L. Cucurbitaceae. Balsam apple, a twiner of the cucumber family, with yellow flowers and orange-yellow tubercled fruits, used medicinally and in soup, and as a soap forming a viscid solution in water. Namijin garofani, Ptenalepis chirosiformis, hook. A twiner of the same family, with scarlet cherry-like fruit. Sin. Ian Hanwaya, sok. Garofanin fardama or G quater, Vidi Gorton quo. Garamani, sok, Cedar cordifalia, L. malvaceae, a hard-stemmed weed with soft cordate leaves and yellow flowers, a pest in Sokoto, and c. Sin. Foreign garamani as distinct from Bain garamani or Ramania, Qv. In East Hausa sometimes called mayafo, from the paired long processes on the carpels, also kardafi, catagum. The bark yields a fiber. Garaji, a fodder grass with edible grain. The same as Bayer and C. Qv Garangama, Vidi under Gunner. Garaza, Vidi Katsimu. Gardii, Acacia macrostachys, Reek. Leguminosae, a gum-yielding acacia common in Sokoto province. Garicha, Zamfara, Ficus sp. Urticaceae. Vidi Hagugwa under Warriera. Gacia, Cano, and C. Gynandropsis pentaphylla, D.C. Caparidii, a common herb near habitations, with 5 foliate leaves and white flowers, used as a pot herb. Sin. Yarungwa, sok. The name Namijin Gacia is applied loosely to several weeds, for example Amaranthus polygamus, L. Amaranthaceae, Polynesia viscosa, D.C. Caparidii, Croton labatus, L. Euphorbiaceae, and C. Gatarin curge, sok. Gloriosa superba, L. A climbing lily, more generally known as Bureri, Qv Gatarin zomo, Taca pinnatifida, first. More commonly known as Giginia bieri, Qv Gatan karia or Chachan karia, Vidi Gugia hankaka. Gori, Gardenia erubescens, Stapf and Hutch. Rubiaceae, a shrub, common in the bush, with fragrant white tubular flowers, tough wood and yellowish ovoid edible fruit. The fruit is used by women in the preparation of a form of the black cosmetic Catambieri, Qv Gaundutsi, sok. Gardenia socotensis, Hutch. A low shrub with white flowers, found on rocky hills. Gaun cura, Gardenia ternifolia, Thunberg, equals G. thunbergii, Lin F., a shrub similar to goi, with coarse not edible fruit. Gagai, Vidiodugi. Gorta, Solanum sp. Native bitter tomato, probably a var. Of Solanum melongena. Atta ovta, Gorton wachi, is a small very bitter variety, scarlet when ripe, and usually lobed, used in soup. Kulufita, smaller than Gorta, yellow, a large var. Scarlet when ripe, often eaten raw equals Solanum melongena, var. Inum, hyen. NB. The brinjal or aubergine or eggplant is S. melongena, Lin. Gorton bajermi, Vidi gorgo. Gorton kg, Solanum nodiflorum, Jack. Equals S. nigrum, Varginines, Lin. Black nightshade, an erect branching weed of waste places with white flowers and small black berries. Compare Gorton tsuntsu. Gorton cura, Solanum incanum, Ella prickly undershrub with hoary leaves, a yellow tomato-like fruit, and white or lilac-purple flowers, a deliriant poison. The name includes other poisonous species of Solanum in different districts. Sometimes called Iden Sanya equals oxeye from the full name Gitinai. Gorton quo, Cardiospermum halicacarbum, L. sapindaceae. Balloon vine winter cherry or heart pea, a straggling plant of damp and waste places, with tendrils and graceful foliage, small white flowers and bladdery three-angled capsule. Sin. Garaphanin fardama or Garaphanin quater, quater equals waterside, Vidi also Godarzomo. Gorton tsuntsu, Solanum scalare, ch. Wright, a plant of the native tomato tribe, with small red edible berries, cultivated near houses. The name is often confused with Gorton kg, qv. Gorton zomo, Mucia scabrella, on. Cucurbitaceae, a rough-leaved twining plant, like bryony, with small red berries. Sin. Malami, qv. Gawaza, Perinorum macrophyllum, Sabine, rosaceae. Gingerbread plum, a broad-leaved tree found in the northern provinces, bearing a dry plum-like fruit. Gawo, Acacia albida, Del. Leguminosae, a large acacia tree very common in the north, bearing creamy white flower spikes and orange-yellow twisted pods. It is leafless during the rains and blooms from October onward, foliage a good camel food. A sort of pack saddle called tashi, East Hausa, is made from the bark. Gyan, a sort of twining bean. Vina membranacea, a rich, Vidi wakenbariwa. Gazara, a tall grass, used for arrow shafts. Gazari, a var. Of kola nut, Vidi undergoro. Gazari or Gizeri, Heidija, Mayarua sp. Caparidii, a tree with smooth bark, whitish flowers and small beaded pods. Gia, Cano, and C. Gioa, Soc. Arachis hypogaea, L. Leguminosae. Ground nut. Monkey nut. Archides. Earth pea. In Sokoto usually called Gujia, QV eaten raw or roasted or prepared in various ways. Mangia equals the expressed oil, used for cooking and as an illuminant. Harawargia, ground nut hay, a valuable dry season fodder. Quali, balls or rings like donuts, made of ground nut paste fried in oil. Gujia kolanch, sok, of gear with long pods. Girawaki, common leguminous weeds of fields, with yellow flowers and inflated pods, used as fodder. Sin. Hudarawaki, Biranarawaki, and C. Crotalaria cylindricarpa, D.C. C. atrorubens, Hoxt. C. macrocalix, Benth. C. maxillaris, Hoxt. And other species. Gearkarumi, Tocarpus esculentus, SCH iththan. Leguminosae, a tree of river banks and forests in the south, with yellow flowers and short irregularly shaped two-seeded pods. The seeds, called also gunduru, are roasted and eaten in scarcity. Girawa, Trapar bispinosa, Roxb. Anagurii. Water chestnut. Water caltrop. An aquatic plant with floating leaves and edible horned fruit, cultivated in ponds. Scarcely known in Hausa, the name is the equivalent of the full Biorigidiam. Sin. Quanquerita, East Hausa. Gemen Kazu or Gira, Fimbristles excellis, R&S, and other SPP Cyperaceae, a small tufted sedge with very slender leaves and slightly fragrant root. Sin. Rutintugi. Dro, Penistum typhoideum, Ridge. Equals P. spicatum, R&S. Bulrush millet. Pearl millet. Compare Mewa, P. spicatum, Va, and Damro, Vide also under Kamami and Yabenia. Some of the varieties of Dro are, Idenhowania, with a large grain concealed in the husk, Haurin Mashiji, north of Kano, a long spike with abundant hard very small grains, Zango, with a very long fruiting spike, Zamfariuwa, Bazorm or Basum, a corruption of Beazabam, Gurjara or Gargasa, a white-grained variety like Mewa, but considered one of the best or most elegant, equals Farandro or Gironada, because common in French territory, Ba Angari, East Hausa, the same as Orania variety. To Gurjara, Tarnekuwa, Vuian Bajami, a short thick spike with hard grain and much chaff, Tamangaji, a variety with pointed grains, Laurel, a short variety quickly ripe, Shibra or Shura, Penistum benthamii, Stoitvar. A short and thin-stemmed variety early maturing, also applied to infertile spikes not maturing, stripped while young and used in quenue or soup, and c. Lesser variations are, Halcyon damo, with a bifid spike, Dromai gem, when the lower part of the flowering spike is compound, Dromai gashi, a bristly spike, considered of value because birds cannot plunder, and called gargasa, equals hirsute, in Kano, the same as Gurjara. Gumba equals dro cleaned, husked and winnowed, and ground up for eating uncooked with milk and other food. Durant Sunsei, 1. Philanthus pentandrus, SCH anthan. And other similar species of Euphorbiaceae, a common slender branched weed with minute capsular fruit eaten by birds. Sin. Hyacinth sunsei. 2. The fruiting head of a species of bulrush, Typha australis, called shala, Qvgwe ensamia, usually equals Vitis quadrangularis, Vidiarii, but sometimes applied to several other plants growing under or climbing upon the tamarind tree. Jzo, Combatum sp. Probably see autumn, pear. Combataceae, a shrub or small tree with white flowers and four-winged fruit, well known in the north. Ferragzo, Combatum aculeatum, Vent. A shrub with four-winged fruit and clusters of white flowers, a different species from the above. Gijai. Sock, Vidi Fascaratoii. Giginia, Borassus flabellifer, var. Ethia palm, warb. Palmii. Deleb palm fan or Palmyra palm, common straight-stemmed palm with fan-like leaves. Murachi equals the young germinating shoots, eaten as a vegetable. Shadari equals a mat made of the unexpanded fronds, called Merlin Giginia, Vidi under Merli. Adago, the nut, and the kernel Quolshi, Vidi under Goriba. Compare also Gangame, Kangmi and Arari. Arai, Kano, equals fronds of Giginia, compare Kaba. Undu, Kano, equals the bulging of the Giginia stem. Giginia biari, Taca pinnatifida, first. Equals T involucrata, SCH and than. Takashi. A perennial herb with a superficial resemblance to a small palm, having a long-stalked divided leaf and an umbel of greenish flowers and yellow succulent fruit. The large starchy tuber is an important article of food in some countries. Ava of arrowroot is prepared from it in the Pacific Islands and elsewhere, Vidi under Amara. Boys call the tall flowering stems Sundan yangbori, Sundan biari, or Sundan dutsi, and use them as toy spears. Other names for the plant are Gatarin zomo and Yayortara yara, Katagam. Gurjara, Ava. Avjro, Qv Gyari, 1. In Sokoto equals Aya, Qv the tuber of a sedge. 2 in Kano, Hadija, and C equals Pachyrhizis tuberosius, spreng. Yam bean or manioc pea, a bean with a starchy tuberous root. Vidi also sa barbacata. The name includes vina ornata, well. A tuberous rooted bean, with handsome pink flowers, in the Benue district, Munchi Arama. A speckled variety of the seeds is called Kashin Kaza. Gishirinda waki, a grass, Vidi datania. Gishishia. Zamfara, a species of acacia, Vidi dussa. Jawakamba, a va. Avdawa, Qv Julia or Jaya, Mitrajin africana, Kuth. Rubiaceae, a tree with spherical heads of flowers, abundant in damp localities. Jijai, Zamfara, Carissa edulis, Val. Aposinaceae, a scrambling shrub with black sweet berries. The root is put in the Goran Rawa to render water agreeable. Sin. Awabanza. Gizari, Vidi Gazari. Gizjiri, Cyperus auricumus, Spreng. Cyperaceae, a tall sedge with tuberous slightly fragrant root which is used like cageage, qv sin. Cagegin fardama, possibly the same as Antunuga, qv. Gizgyrinkaba, vidi under Goriba. Godalzomo, Tinea barteri, Gurk, Labutai, an undershrub with a deep purple flower and inflated calyx. Etim. Harebell. Also applied to Cardiospermum halicacarbum, vidi Gorton quo, on account of the inflated capsule. Gogarjiki, Combatum sp. Celionense, Ingl. And Dials. A tree with rough fissured bark. Etim, from the chafing of the skin when faggots are carried in the arms. A gum yielder. Sin. Vuian demo, qv gajin demo, Zamfara. Gogam marju, Mitracarpum scabrum, Zuck. Rubiaceae, a weed with small white flowers, used as a medicine for hair lice, itch, and c. Etim. Smear spears, from its superstitious use as a preventive against wounds. Sin. Hawatsi, Sock. Gog, Hausa, Fertiacanthioids, Hyan. Rubiaceae. Sin. Uruaru, qv and Lalan Suri. Gajin demo, vidi Gogarjiki. Gaji, pumpkin, vidi under Kabiwa. Gajinjima or Gunajima, Adenopus breviflorus, Benth. Cucurbitaceae, a wild pumpkin-like twiner growing on trees, with ovoid mottled fruit used by tanners for deherring. Gumbilaki, Sock, vidi Folfoli. Gongola or Guangola, a canoe pole of the Tukurawa palm, qv. Guangwala equals the Nup name for the palm Raffia vinifera. Gora, a va. Of the bottle gourd, vidi under Duma. Gora, Oxytenanthra abyssinica, Monroe, Gramenii, a kind of bamboo, common in ravines. Gorgo, Canuri, Solanum sp. The flowers of a plant like the native tomato, Gorta, used to rub the teeth. Sin. Gorton Bajermi and Jorderi, East Hausa. Goriba, Hyphenthebaca, Mart. Palmii. Dumb palm. Gingerbread palm. Common palm with forked stems. Kaba, qv equals the fronds, used for plaiting various articles. Gizgyrin kaba equals the thickened root of Giginia. Quolshi equals the edible kernel of the unripe nut eaten raw. Adago or walu equals the ripe hard nut. The rind is used as food and in making molasses, and ulwa, a sweetmeat. Zyburi, East Hausa or Kanuri, equals the rind made into cakes. Waina, and c. Fiber is got from the root, vidi undermere. Compare also Gangame, Kankmi, Arari and Merli. Goria, vidi under Goror. Goror, cola nut, the seed of Cola acuminata, Scott. And Endel. And other species, Sterculiaceae. The true cola has the seed divisible into two sections, cotyledons. In the other species there are usually 3 or 4. Genuine cola nut equals C. acuminata, Gold Coast. False cola nut equals C. johnsoni and C. verticillata, Gold Coast. Bitter cola seeds equals Garcinia conrowana, Ingle. Gut-free, N&S Nigeria, eaten but not a stimulant. Imported from Gold Coast, Lagos, and Adamawa, cultivated in some southern provinces. Some of the numerous trade varieties are Goria, PL Gori, the largest nuts, Masa, the second size of nuts, Minu, the smallest, Labuj, a large pale va. From Gwanja and grown in Bida, said to be the best, and Quataho, the best in Adamawa, Binu, from Gound, Bamayo, and C. Ataras, a Gwanja nut, Hanurawa, a cheap pale variety divisible into 3 or more sections, from Bamayo, and C. Name from the viscid juice, Alaka or Anlaka, a larger nut resembling Hanurawa, Sundalu, also a pale nut of similar type, Ganji Gaga, pale with about 4 sections, of inferior quality, from Bafum, and C. Kazari, an inferior va. Viscid like Hanurawa, from Bafum, and C. Ibi, an inferior va. Got from Yoruba, not reddening the mouth, sometimes classed as Goran Bayari, Gandhi, an inferior pale va. Like Ibi, Jan Carago, an early maturing rough-skinned va. Gamagari, mature at the height of the season, Nata, red and smooth, usually small. R equals half a cola nut, Gutsuri equals pieces of cola nut handed round a company. Saran Waga equals 100 nuts of mixed sizes, Farsa equals the separated sections. Mijan Goral, Sterculia or cola, or Garcinia sp. Vide above, wild cola false cola used medicinally. Vide also Sarawan Goral. Goran Bayari or Jirawa, Irvingia smithii, hook. F. Samarubia, a large evergreen tree by streams and in ravines, with scarlet plum-like fruit. Goran yang makaranta, an insect gall on the grass called katsaimu, qv guda, kano, or gudaji, sok, a bulb. The common onion, one of the varieties of albasa, qvguegue, Dactyloctenium aegyptiacum, wild. Gramenii. Comb fringe grass, a small grass with 4 rayed spikes, a good horse fodder. Gudumar Bayari, Vide Katsaimu. Gudumar Zomo, East Hausa, a name for Gloriosa superba, L. Vide Bureri. Gujia, Cano and C. Vonzia subterranea, thou yours. Leguminosae, a kind of ground bean, the so-called Bambara ground nut. Sin. Kwuru, QVNB. In Sokoto and some other districts Gujia is also used for Gia, Arachis hypogaea, Kwuru or Vonzia subterranea being distinguished as G. ducus, Sok and West, Etim. From the dwarf habit, similarly G. weras, Sok and Kano, G. Zugun, Kano, Etim. Zuguna equals to squat, Gujia al Kuluga, and G. Makwakwo, from the resemblance of the pods to the smallest calabash, are names in East Hausa. G. Kolanch, Sok, equals a long variety of Arachis augia, QV bidi equals one of the varieties of Gujia with spotted and mottled seeds. Gujia awaki, vidi gia awaki. Gujia dawaki, Zamfara, Polygala arenaria, Wild. Vidi sahankaki dako. Gujia hankaka, Catagum, Indigufera echinata, Wild. Leguminosae, a weed with small prickly pods, eaten by goats, and sea sin. Quanquandafi, sock and cats, also chachunkaria or gatonkaria. Gumba, vidi underdro. Gumby, loosely applied to several plants which form thorny thickets. For example, in Sokoto, gumby generally equals Mimosa aspirata, a thorny shrub very abundant on riverbanks. Vidi adaigi and compare Dufawa and umachi. Gumi equals rice boiled and dried, in which form it is commonly sold. Any ngumi equals husked but still unboiled rice. Vidi under shinka fat. Gunner, Citrullus vulgaris, Shrad. Cucurbitaceae. The watermelon, a very variable species. Guna mutane or cancana equals the edible or garden watermelon, with red pulp and black or red seeds. Guna shanu equals the common half-wild and cultivated va. With deeply cut leaves, and spherical fruit with green variegated stripes when unripe. Faireye, Kano and East, equals a large watermelon, usually white-fleshed. Quikia equals a smaller sweet melon. Tamnagia equals a small melon like Quikia, but only eaten cooked, equals Garangama, East Hausa. Bamas equals a variety known in the north. Ogashi, Yoruba Igashi, equals seeds of watermelon, sold for various uses, chewing, medicine, oil, and food. Gunajima, Vidigajinjima. Gunacura, Cucumis figurea, Del. Cucurbitaceae, a wild prostrate gourd with ovoid slightly prickly fruit, better known as Zuwar anzaki, QV, also called Mamie. Gunda, Gunda kabiwa equals the small immature fruits of the pumpkin, Vidi kabiwa, used in soup. Gunda turuturu equals unexpanded flower buds of Orawa, QV gunduru, Vidi undergear kirumi. Gungume, a long-leaved plant, Amaryllidae, used to stupefy birds, and sometimes added to arrow poison. Sin. Murtsungwawa. Guntsu equals seeds of Cuca, QV garoza, Vidi under alkama. Gurdugu, Grewia sp. Tiliaceae, a shrub with small yellow flowers and sweet edible berries. Sin. Kamumoa, QV and Kimbadutsi. Gaguzu equals seeds of the red sorrel or yakuwa, QV guria, sok, equals seeds of cotton, Vidi under abduga. Gurgi, Cucumis mellow, Lin. Va. Agrestus, Nord. Cucurbitaceae, a small prostrate gourd with ovoid striped fruit used in soup, much used in East Hausa and Borneo, probably more than one variety, for example Quantal or Gurgi Quantal, a smaller one less used. Sin. Gwali, sok. Gurgin daiji, applied to some wild gourds, for example Cephalandra indica, Nord. a wild climber with white flowers and cucumber-like fruit turning red and succulent, not edible. Gurgia, Bombyx pnoposens, both. Malvaceae. Red-flowered silk cotton tree, a tree like rumi, QV but smaller, with red tulip-like flowers and stout thorns on the branches. The silky hairs are used to stuff pack saddles, armor quilts and sea-sin. Curia, sock and xanth. Garo, sock, Hibiscus esculentus, Linn. The okra. Sin. Quua, QV gersami, a plant with radiate tuberous roots eaten in scarcity. Gazoo. Zamfara. Sin. Forso, QV a shrub, Philanthus reticulatus. Gutsuri, Vide undergoror. Gwobsa, sock. Cats. And xanth, Cussonia nigerica, Hutch. Sp. November. Araliaceae, a tree with large digitate leaves, corrugated bark and odorous sap, often called Takanajawa, QV, also Hanin Kucharu, from the bare leafless branches in the dry season. Namijin Gwobsa, or Takanajawa, sock. Cats. And xanth. Equals Hano undulata, planch. Samarubia, a tree with pinnate leaves, fragrant white blossoms, and black plum-like fruit. Guai or Guai, Hippocratia obtusifolia, var. Ruchadiana, Lowes. Kelastrinii, a twining shrub with tough stems used as tie-tie for tanka, and c. resisting white ants. Perhaps several plants of similar habit and use are included in the Hausa name, compare kana. Compare the expression guai, ba baja, if not cut first it cannot be broken by pulling. Guajwaya. Catagum and c. Cyperus exaltatus, rets. Cyperaceae, a tall sedge of wet places, with three-angled stem, and radiating numerous flower spikes. Sin. Karen Masalagin Kogi. Gwali, Vide Gurgi. Gwanda or G. Meza, Carica Papa, Linn. Papaya ce. The papaw or melon tree Gwanda daiji, Anuna senegalensis, Pus. Anonaceae, a species of custard apple common in the bush, with yellow edible fruit and fragrant leaves. Gwandii, Cano and c. Styloschitandielui, ne brother sp. November. Aroidii, a plant of the arum lily family, with arrowhead leaves and a yellow root, young leaves and root sometimes eaten as a pot herb after prolonged boiling to remove the acrid principle. Sin. Kinchia, sock and cats. Gwanja cusa, a name for several plants supposed to have properties resembling cola and other economic products of Gwanja in G coast, Entera. For example, often applied to the ackee apple, Blaya sapida, Koenig. Vidialal, which has scarlet fruit reminiscent of cola, also Perinorum curatelifolium, Vidirua, a tree the young leaf of which is sometimes chewed and reddens the mouth. The flowers of Trichilia emetica, Vide Jansae, similarly used. The herb Heliotropium zelanicum, lamb. Boraginiae, used as a tonic, and staining the lips like cola. Also several plants which turn black in drying, chiefly Scrophularinii, and are sometimes mixed with indigo, for example Cycnium camprum, Eng. With white petunia-like flowers. Guano, Sok and Xanth, Vide Gabachara. Guano raffi, Olex subscorpioidea, olive. Olaciniae, an evergreen shrub with an unpleasant odor. Guano equals the stink ant. Guasca, Ichan guasca, Erythrophloum guineens, Don. Leguminosae. Sasswood. Ordeal tree. A forest tree, the bark, sassy bark, is used by some pagan tribes in an ordeal brew and as an occasional ingredient in arrow poison. Guaza, Colocasia antiquorum, Scott. Aroidii. The cocoa yam, Yoruba, cocoa, an aroid plant with huge arrowhead leaves, cultivated for the starchy tuber. Guaza jawa, one of many names for an aroid with large lurid purple flowerspathe, a much divided leaf and a bulky tuber with acrid juice, called also Hansarjawa, elephant's breast, Kuninjaki, Buranjaki, and sometimes Kinchia. QV equals Amorphophallus draconceoids, NE brother Gwazkia, Xanth, Vide Bogosij. Gwai, Vide Gwai. Gwalanzaki, Vide Zuwaranzaki. Gvundi, Ava. Of cotton, Vide under Abduga. Gioa, the ground nut, Vide Gia. Giamro, Vide under Dawa. Giandama, Ava. Of the bottle gourd, Vide under Duma. Gizama, Rotbellia exaltata, Lin. Phil. Gramenii, a tall harsh-leaved grass, eaten by horses, called also Dadawa and Dawadawa. H. Halfwa, Sok, a name for Cassia cochiana, olive. Leguminosae, and probably other species of Cassia, Vide under Gamma Fa. A corruption of a Fulani name. Hegugwa, a species of ficus, Vide Warriera. Haki, Pl Hakukuwa, any kind of grass or weed. Harkin furto, Sok, Sporobolus festivus, Hoxt. Gramenii, a small slender grass with delicate panicle of small purplish flowers, sometimes mixed with others for thatching. Etim furto equals a quail. Haurin carda, Arjmun mexicana, Lin. Yellow prickly poppy, Vide under Quarco. Haurin carrier, Panicum flutans, Rets. Gramenii, a grass with hollow stem, in wet places, used as fodder. Etim. Dog's tooth from the shape of the flower spikelets, Haurin mashigi, A. Cryanthis L. Amaranthaceae, a troublesome weed of waste places, with small sharply pointed reflexed flowers, commonly also called Amon Adangur, QV Halshan Sanya, 1. In Sok. Cats. Borki, and C equals Portulaca oleracea, Lin. Purslane, a common weed of waste places, with yellow flowers and succulent spathulate leaves, commonly called Faza abba, QV and compare also Dabrin Sanya, Vide under Gadon Mashigi. 2 in Zamfara, and C. halcyon equals a name for Loncocarpus laxiflorus. G. It P. A leguminous tree with purple flowers, leaves given to goats as fodder. Vide shunin biari and foreign songs ami. Halcyon demo, ava. Avdro, qv hanagabara, zamfara, vide under dali. Hanatama, vide under gadon mashiji. Hanjin rago, oxystelma bornuense, our brother, Asclepi adii, a slender twiner with milky juice and white and purple flowers, commonly growing on bushes by streams. Hancufa, Walteria americana, Linn. Puetneria cei, a common erect weed or undershrub with soft leaves and small yellow flowers, used medicinally. Hanu biot or Yatesa biot, a plant with 5 digitate leaves, used medicinally. Haninjawa, ava. Avdawa, qv hanin kucharu, vide under gwobsa. Hanin marinai, ava. Of bean, vide under wake. Hanurawa, ava. Of kola nut, vide under goror. Hano, sock and cats, and C. Boswellia de Yelyi, Hutch. Sp. November. And Boswellia odorata, Hutch. Sp. November. Bursra ce. 2 closely similar species of frankincense tree, the former more in Sokoto, Kontagora, Zaria, and C. the latter in Yola province, and C. Sin. Ararabi, Katsina, and C. Basamu, Sok and Zamf. The fragrant gum resin is used medicinally and as a fumigation for clothing, houses, and C. etim from Hana, to prevent, from a prejudice some have against it, believing that it prevents success in trade, and C. A form of deceit is to adulterate or substitute it for other resins such as aronmaj, and C. compare the name Basamu indicating the same idea. Hansar Gada, Hansar Jawa, names given to several aroid plants, vide Sakura, Gwaza Jawa, and C. Hansa equals the breast. Hansa, vide Anza. Harawa, stem and leaf of bean and groundnut plants, used as fodder, Harawan wake, Harawan gear. Harawan orawa, vide under orawa. Haria, Digitaria debilis, wild. Gramineae, a common fodder grass, 1.5 to 2 feet high, with several slender flower rays. Finger grass Harwatsi, Sok, Mitracarpum scabrum, Zuck. Rubiaceae, a common weed. Sin. Gogam Marju, Qv Hatsin Monoma, Sok, Pancratium trianthem, herb. Amaryllidae, a bulbous herb with beautiful white lily-like flowers appearing with the early rains, sometimes called spider lily. Haugeri, Catagum, and C. Haugerin mutane, Caparis corymbosa, lamb. Caparidae, a climbing thorny shrub, with white flowers and yellow fruit like a small orange, sometimes eaten. The leaves are sometimes used as food. Haugerin rami, Caparis tomentosa, lamb. A thorny woody climber similar to the last, more common and with larger fruit, not eaten. Generally called abdodo, Sok. Cats, and C. Shochaka, Zamfara. Haukatya o, Dachara Metal, Lin. Solanashi. Hairy thorn apple Vidizami, and Babajuyui. A large weed of waste places, with long trumpet-shaped white flowers. Etim from its deliriant property. Hawaiian Zaki, Anaphrenium abyssinicum, Hoxt. Equals Racincinus, Del. Anacardiaceae. A tree with milky juice, the stems are commonly used as sticks to apply quali. Huda, Vidi Fuda, Hudarawaki, Vidi Undergear and Bayarona. Iubi, Ava. Of kola nut, Vidi Undergoror. Ibaru, or Ibaru, a common cereal much planted in Zaria and other districts. Iden Sanya, Kano and East, Solanum incanum, Lin. And other species of Solanum, the equivalent of the full name Gitinai or Oxai. Vidi Gorton Cura. Iden Zakara, Abrus precatorius, Lin. Leguminosae. Prayer beads Jequirity bird's eye, S. leone. A twiner with pinnate leaves and clustered pods containing small scarlet seeds with a black spot, used chiefly as a medicinal charm. Sin. Tandra, Kano and Cats, Tigarona, Kano market. Iden Zakara is also used for the scarlet seeds of Mingyria, Qv erythrina senegalensis. Ingidido, Crativa Aden Sonyi, Giat P. Caparide, a tree with 3 full leaves, white flowers and a yellow-shelled fruit. Ingyrichi equals chopped up hay as fodder. Intaya, Vidiaca, a small grass cultivated as a cereal. Inuana, Morlia senegalensis, a rich Rubiaceae, an evergreen shrub with white flowers, common on the banks of streams. Inuorgada, Apilia celtidifalia, Endel. Olaciniae, a climbing shrub with fragrant whitish flowers, used medicinally for horses, and C. Sometimes called Namibian lemu. Inuortufi, Sok, a floating plant in pools, and C. Tufi equals a sp of fish. Ischinome crassicorles, harms. Vidicajinrawa. Ichengado, Phlogia microcarpa, bloom, Euphorbiaceae, a shrub the stems of which are used for native beds, and C. More generally called so. Qv Ichencuri, 1. In Sokoto equals Malia Azidaric, Lin. Malaya Ce. Pride of India Persian or African lilac. A tree with twice-pinnate leaves, bunches of lilac flowers and ovoid yellow fruit. Etim. Tani ka samu curi from a supposed virtue as a charm. Sin. Kernan Nasara, Contagora, East Hausa, and C. Qv2. Burki africana, Hook. Leguminosae, a large tree with pale twice-pinnate leaves, spikes of creamy flowers and small flat pods. Vidi curi. Ichen mesa, Croton zambesicus, mule. Ugg. Euphorbiaceae, a shrub sometimes planted in native compounds, name given to several exotic plants. J. Hallow, a small va. Of bottlegourd, Vidi underduma. Janbao, sok and zamph, a name given to certain thatching grasses which turn red in color when mature, for example Andropogon apricus, var. africanus, hack. And Andropogon excellis, hoxt. Vide Jan Rorno. Sin. Jan Bouch, Jan Datsi, vide also Lander. Jan Itach, vide Jan Yo. Jan Jerai, Sok, Ava. Of the Wur, QV Jan Carago, vide under Gorol. Jan Rorno, or Jan Ramo, Sok, Andropogon excellis, hoxt. Gramineae. A grass about 1½ to 2 feet high, turning russet red in autumn, used for thatch, and chopped up to mix with building clay, also a fodder grass. Sin. Jan Bouch, compare also Jan Bau, and vide Ramo. Jan Se, Sok, Zamph, Contagora, Trichilia emetica, Val. Malayaceae. A tree common in central Hausaland. The seeds yield a less important oil, root used in native medicine. Vide Gwanja Cusa. Janyo, or Janitach, Hymenocardia acida, Tull. Euphorbiaceae. A shrub or small tree with a reddish bark. Jordarii, East Hausa, Solanum sp. Sin. Gorgo, QV Joral equals myrrh, the gum resin of Balsamodendron maha, Nis. Bursraceae, brought by Arabs, possibly also that of Odina wodia, rocks called Jual or Jeel in India. Gemma, Vetiveria zizinoides, Stapf. Gramineae. Vetiver or cos, a tall clump grass of marshy places, used for zana, and for plaiting straw armlets called darambewa, QV. In some districts the large swamp grass with red-purple flowering heads, Ritucan gigantea, Stapf. Is included. Gemo, a short club-shaped var. Of the bottle gourd, vide under Duma. Gibdar assa, Cisampellos pereira, Lin. Menispamaceae. Velvet leaf of Falls pereira brava. An ivy-like twiner with greyish velvety leaves. The bitter root is sold as a medicine for many purposes, and is considered Saracinaceae as Zuma is Saracinzae. The name is sometimes corrupted into Judar as. Also called Fiaca or Piaca. Vide also under Gar or Cuca. Gigari, full, Ava. Of the Wur, QV Jimbiari. Haricots verts uncooked bean pods used for food, vide under wake. Jimpha, vide Majimpha. Jimphi or Jimpa, cats. Sok. And Zamph, vide Gajrai. Jimshi, vide Dussa. Jina, Sok and Zamph, vide Bajni. Jinin Muchum, Arnebia hispidissima, D.C. Boraginiae, a rough-leaved weed with small yellow flowers and a red root capable of use as a dye. Jurga, Sok and cats, Borhinia rufescens, lamb. Leguminosae. A shrub with small bifid leaves and black twisted pods, used medicinally and as a charm. Sin. Tsatsagi, Sok. Zariah, Kano, and C, or Matsagi. Gyri, Stereospomum kunthianum, Chum. Bignoniaceae. A tree with beautiful pink flowers, smooth bark and slender pendulous pods, more commonly called sangzami, qv. Cacaba, the fronds of the goriba, qv or dumb palm hyphen thabaca, mart. Less applied to other palms, for example Cabargigenia, used for plaiting mats, baskets, cordage, and see compare gangame, kankami, and arai. Cabarjawa, Kano and East, Aloe Barteri, Baker. Liliaceae, an aloe with speckled succulent sharp-pointed leaves and yellow or red flowers. Sin. Zabo, sock, qv abdodo or ordodo, sock and cats, or wododo, Caparis tomentosa, lamb. Caparidea, a thorny shrub of climbing habit with a small orange-like fruit. Vidi haugeri, catagum, and C, and, shochaka, zamfara, also, chisaki. Kabiwa, Kano, and C equals Cubiwa, sock but not Quua, the okra, QV. Cucurbita pepo, DC. Cucurbitaceae. Pumpkin or pompion, probably also C maxima, Dutch. Squash gourd, a large cultivated gourd with harsh foliage and yellow flowers. Sin. Gaji, Zariah. Kabushi, sock, or ragugwa, Kano, equals a long va. Va ovifera, the vegetable marrow. Gunda kabiwa equals the small immature fruits, used in soup, compare under or hour. Kabido, a long waterproof hood, made usually from palm leaf of Tukurawa, qv kashala, kanuri, vidishala or sala. Ka, sock, cotton or the cotton plant, vidi abduga. Ka, contagora, cn fuagaceae heteroclada, sprague, bixenii. A low shrub with pink flowers appearing from the base, and pods with a rusty wool resembling cotton. Carnia or kari, Butyrospermum parkii, kochi. Sapotaceae. Shea butter tree. Wera equals the kernel, used for production of the fat by boiling and skimming. Man kari equals shea butter used as food, as an illuminant, and as a vehicle for medicines. The soft fleshy part of the fruit is edible. Hanchin kari, vidi anum fari. Namijin kari, or Mijin kari equals Lophyra alata, banks. Dipterocarpii. Many oil tree. A tree with white flowers and foliage which resembles that of carnia. Bark medicinal, and leaf a common juju or charm amongst some pagan tribes. The tree is sometimes, erroneously, called African oak. Sin. Kuchm. Carnia raffi or Carnia kurumi, Adena microcephala, hyon. Rubiaceae, a large tree with spherical heads of flowers, found on the banks of streams. In the Benue region the name Carnia kurumi or Kiria kurumi has been applied to a different hardwooded forest tree, Cadora, Kano, Zariah, and C. Pardanielia oliveri, Rolf, equals Danielia thorifera, Bennett, Leguminosae. West African or Illyrian copaiba balsam tree. Wood oil tree. A large tree, the source of much of the West African copal. Sin. Muj, sock, and C. Qv kari, vidi carnia. Ka fafugo, wapuka guineensis, mule. Ugh. Euphorbiaceae, a tree resembling a fig tree, with broad shining leaves and yellowish ovoid fruit, sometimes an ingredient in arrow poison. A Farfakera, or a Fargorica, sock and cats, Chloris brevista, Benth. Gramenii, and C. virgate, SW. A grass about 2 feet high with radiating flower spikes, seeds edible. Sin. Saw Angorica, Catagum and C. A Farcaza, sock and Xanth, Ipomoea terrigicolos, whole fill. Convolvulaceae, a twiner with white flowers, winged stems and a divided leaf. A Farmutua, Malatus oppositifolius, mule. Ugh. Euphorbiaceae, a shrub growing on river banks, with heart-shaped leaves used as a vermifuge. Ka fiboca, Ipomoea argentorata, whole fill. Convolvulaceae, a trailing convolvulus with whitish flowers and silvery hairy leaves. Etym from its use as a medicinal charm. Sin. Ferengamo. Ka phi malum, evolvulus ulsinoides, lin. Convolvulaceae. A small herb with pale blue flowers. Etym from its many uses as a medicine, love charm, and C. Ka phi roma, cano, and C. Uinalabata, lin. Malvaceae. An undershrub with pink flowers and bark yielding a fiber. Sin. Ramania, sock, cats, and C. Qv vidi also under Garamani. A fonbai or batsy, cano, a plant eaten in famine at the end of the dry season. Probably some of the tuberous asclepiads or milkweeds and others related, for example Cryptolepis nigritana, any brother, Apocynaceae, an erect slender branched undershrub with milky juice and a thickened root, is so named. Orgua, cano and east, or orgua, sock, cats, and C. Euphorbia any brother, a variety of milk hedge shrub with milky juice, planted as a hedge, very common in the north, different from Fidesart C. Qv. Sin. Uliara, goba, yao, catagum. Used medicinally chiefly for horses. Adagy, cano, ardagi, sock, Mimosa aspirata, lin. Leguminosae. A thorny mimosa abundant on riverbanks with pinkish balls of flowers and slightly sensitive leaves. Etym a corruption of via the Guinea. In Sokoto sometimes spoken of as Gumby, Qva dagenrawa, is Shinome crassicorles, harms. Leguminosae, a trailing water plant with pinnate leaves and yellow flowers, on the surface of pools or muddy swamps. Sin. Inuwartufi, sock, Qv and Uron kogi, catagum. Aiai, Perinorum polyandrum, Benth. Rosaceae, a tree with bunches of purple grape-like fruit, scarcely distinct in Hausa from Rua, Qv. Aiaioma and Mashikia, Indigofera astragalina, DC. Leguminosae, an erect hairy weed, used as a medicinal charm against poison and other injury. Etym. O chaff, return upon the winnower, intended injury returning to the evildoer's hurt. Kai kwayo, vidi under jiwa. Amen adangur, a cryanthisispra, lin. Amaranthaceae. A weed with reflexed sharply spiked flowers. Sin. Haurin mashiji, qv cane arawo or cane muchum, Leonotis pallida, benth. Labiatai. A tall herb with large globular whorls of flowers. Sin. Sikar sabra or sikarjida, sock. Cane facera, Cucumis profiterum, lin. Cucurbitaceae. A ground trailer with striped gooseberry-like fruit, covered with soft prickles. Used medicinally. Sin. Canch kakal, cano, cats and east, and Yomania, sock. Cane muchum, vidi cane arawo. Kainua, Pistia stratiotes, lin. Aroidii. Water lettuce. A floating plant filling stagnant pools. Kaiwa, sock, or canya, cano, Diospyros mespiliformis, hoxed. Ebinaceae. African ebony tree or monkey guava. A tree with very dark foliage and bark. The yellowish fruit with a brittle rind is edible and used for making mai. Kajiji, Canuri, Cyperus articulatus, lin. A sedge with fragrant tuberous root, wild and cultivated in Borneo, and c. much used as a perfume for clothing, and as a medicine. Kajiji and Tunuga, Cyperus sp. A sedge with a fragrant tuber similarly used. Tunuga equals a town in French Borgu. Other varieties of false Kajiji are species of Cyperus with fragrant roots. Vidi gizgyri. Cajun gyri, a small species of palm, Vidi dabinan byri. Karkabiriu, of bean, vidi under wake. Karka or yara, kai ka phyto, cedar linifolia, carve. Malvaceae. A weed with hard stem. Etim from growing in hard soil, probably used for several different plants. Kai ganinbila, vidi under Hanagabura and Dali. Kai Rawan ala, vidi Quarko. Kai Zuwa Hausa, Costa Safa, Ka. Citaminii, a plant of the ginger family found in shaded ravines. Etim because supposed not to grow in Hausaland. Curcuma, a grass of marshes and riverbanks, used to form tai for zana, and C. Kalangandaji, a tree with large four-angled pods. Tetrapleura sp. Compared a woe and sundan may. Kulgo, vidi cargo. Kaluwa equals seeds of orawa. Qv karma, a tuber, somewhat like risga, planted in marshy ground, different from gueza and tumuku. Kamumoa, Grewia sp. Tiliaceae, a shrub with small yellow flowers and sweet berries. Sin. Gurdugu and Kimbadutsi. Kana, Sok and Zamf, Paulinia pinnata, lin. Sapindaceae. A woody twiner with white flowers and scarlet capsular fruit, stems used as tanka for houses and fences, and c. Perhaps included also under Guoyai, QV. Ka nane, kano, ka naneo, sok. Cats. And goba, ava. Of bean with curled pods, used as food. The beans are small but broad, with pale brown speckling. Kanawa, ava. Of cotton, vidi under abduga. Kanch kakal, kano, cats, and c. Cucumis profiterum, lin. Cucurbitaceae, vidi cane facera. Condori, Terminalia macroptera, Giat p. Combataceae, a large tree with flat-winged and embossed fruits, very similar to borscht, QV but a different species. Kanju, Coast Hausa for cashew, Anacardium occidentale. Konkami equals the withered fronds of any palm, burnt by pagans in several districts, for example Fogha, to extract a sort of inferior salt. Konkana, watermelon, vidi under gunna. Kansuwa, a grass, vidi kisuwa. Anumphari equals cloves, the flower buds of Eugenia caryophyllata, thunb. Myrtaceae, brought from the north. Called also hanchin curry, from the resemblance to the peduncle of the shea fruit. Etim. Arab. Carinful. Kanya, kano, or kaiwa, sok, QV Diospyros mespiliformis, Hoxt. Ebinaceae. African ebony tree Aramaranta, with Ainea somnifera, Dunnel. Solanaceae. A shrub sometimes planted near houses, with small red berries within an inflated calyx, like the Cape gooseberry, used medicinally. Aramarmoa, sock and cats. A wild va. Of Roma, QV Hibiscus cannabinus, Lin. Malvaceae. A tall plant chiefly of damp places, having large yellow flowers with a purple center, similar to Roma, and a harsh almost prickly surface. Etim. Little beloved, said to be from the spicular pubescence which clings to the clothing. Synonyms of the same or allied varieties are Rama Rafi, Rama Rawa, Yaku War Daiji, Yaku War Kwai, Yaku War Amamoa, Yaku War Aya, and C. Carandafi equals the red leaf sheaths of Ava. Of sorghum, Vididawa, used chiefly as a dye for leather. Arangelia, Centrus catharticus, Del. Gramineae. Prickly bird grass. A good fodder, seeds edible. Arangelia gumba, the uncooked seeds pounded and eaten raw, or prepared as fura. Arangelia kazoo, kano, or marafin kazoo, sok, Cyathula prostrata, bloom, Amaranthaceae. A luxuriant weed of waste places, with a prickly bur. Also called Satsarahira, QV Carani, Digitaria Guyana, Kunth. A pale grass with white silvery flowering spikes, also called Beaphilatini, QV Sin. Gaji, Sok. Vidi Darumbewa. Karen Kor, Andropogon, Arthrolpis, sp. November. Gramineae. A tall grass with rather broad leaves. Sin. Shamraii, Gando. Karen Kauji, Vidi Faithwa. Karen Masalagai, Karaluma de Yelui, Eni brother, Asclepiadae. a leafless succulent plant with the habit of a small cactus, wild or planted near mosques, and sin. Vatsiardamo, sock. West, from the resemblance of the tapering young shoots to the tail of the damo, a large lizard, Varanus xanthematicus. Karen Masalagin kogi, a name sometimes given to the taller sedges in pools, and C. vidigwagewaya, Cyperus exaltatus, Rets and C. Karen saraki, a name for rake, a sugar cane. Saccharum officinarum, Linn. Carrera, Mucuna pruriensis, D.C. Leguminosae. Cowage or cowage. A herbaceous climber with 3 foliate leaves. The pods especially are covered with rusty pungent hairs which cause intense irritation of the skin. A species of velvet bean. Arary equals the fibrous veins of palm fronds, chiefly Giginia and Goriba, used for cordage, brooms, and C. areza, 1. Ingoba, Doura, and C equals bitter cassava, Maniho utilissima, vidi under rogo. 2 Incano, and C equals the tuber of a species of yam equals Doyakudu, southern yam, planted south of Kano, and in Zamfara, and C. Not eaten as soquera, cooked mashed yam. Kardafi, vidi under garamani. Ardaji, vidi adaji. Araki, ava. Avroma, QV cargo or culgo, Borhinia reticulata, D.C. Leguminosae. A very common shrub in the bush, with bifid leaves and brown pods, bark used as cordage. Aria, Adenium honghul, D.C. Apocynaceae. A peculiar shrub planted near dwellings, with pink flowers, leafless at the time of flowering. Etim. The fossud because rarely seen in fruit, Aria furta keiyaraba ta uba. Kari galma, brake ho, Combatum herbaceum, Don, an undershrub with a hard root, vidi taru. Several very different plants with fibrous tufted roots are sometimes called by this name, the peculiar structure of the galma rendering it liable to injury, for example Anialma beniniensis, and others, vidi under Sedorn carrier. Karigatari, breakaxe, a name given to some hardwood trees, for example Murpho and Curie, QV arera, Cano, and C. Acacia campylacantha, Hoxt. Equals a catechue, willed. Leguminosae, a thorny acacia which yields a good gum used in commerce and medicinally. Sin. Khaki, sock. Cats. And Zamph, and Ir Romi, also Aro, Cano, sock and cats, the name merely meaning gum and applied to other trees. Vidi also for rich in shafo or umber shafo. Karkashi or kalkashi, Keratothecus sisamwads, Endel. Pedaliaceae. A prostrate herb with viscid juice and flowers similar to rutu, or benny seed, QV leaves used in soup, and sin. Yayo, sock. QV Carcashin zomo, Indigofera bracteolata, Giat p. Leguminosae. A very common plant in the bush, with small leaves and red flowers. Khaki, vidi arera. Aro, vidi under arera. a name chiefly applied to Acacia campylacantha, but sometimes to other gum or resin-producing trees, for example Cadora, and C. vide undermage. Cassara, Chloris robusta, Stapf, a tall grass with white radiating flower spikes, found in the beds of rivers. Carmamy equals leafy shoots of dawa, dro, and Ciarai equals palm fronds, chiefly applied to Gigania, vide Kabar and Gangame. Casfia, sock. Cats. And Xanth, Crossopteryx kochiana, fens. Ruglaceae, a tree with bunches of whitish flowers and small hard black fruit. Also called Cashinawaki, from the appearance of the fruit. Kashkaji, vide under Kaskawami. Kashi, Contagora, a large leguminous tree, vide Colo. Kashingwanki, one of the names for Cucumis figurea, Del. A prostrate weed of the gourd family, vide Guna cura or Zuwar anzaki. Kashin kaza, a kind of bean, vide under Gyri. Karskifi, Uraria picta, Desv. Leguminosae, a low perennial plant with long cylindrical flower spike. Etim from its use as a medicinal charm against cutting weapons. Sin. Dakush, sock. Etim. To be blunt, name probably applied to several plants, or to the prescription so used. Compare Miarsania. Kaskawami, Psarispumum senegalens, spark. Hypericinea, a shrub with red berries and dotted leaves. The leaves and bark are used as a remedy for itch, and see also called kashkaji. Kasmakaru, Aristida mutabilis, Trin. And Rupa. Gramenii, a grass with 3 rayed sharp horns, injurious to horses. Etim from injury to the jaw caused by the sharp horns, name probably applied to several grasses. Katambayari, 1. A tree with a ribbed fleshy fruit full of small seeds used to prepare a black cosmetic, probably several species of Randia, and Gardenia, nat. Ord ruglaceae, for example Randia mellifera, benth. It hook. Fill. 2. The cosmetic prepared from this or from the fruit of goi, qv katsimu, sock. Cats. And east, Aristida stipoides, lamb. Gramenii, a tall grass with graceful panicle of sharply horned flores, commonly used for thatching, and sin. Gareza, sock and west, also Vatsiarjaki, sock, and C, and Tsintsiarkogi or Ts. Maza, Catagum. An insect gall forming a top-shaped swelling on the stem of this grass is variously named, Kunda, Qv Marzar in Kyanwa, Gudu Mar Bayari, or Goranyang Makaranta. Atsa equals Birchuntuna, a Guinicorn blight, vide underdawa. Katsami equals Dorda war Kuka, vide under Kuka. Katsri, Albizia chevalieri, harms. Leguminosae, a tree of the acacia type, with loose balls of whitish fragrant flowers and flat brown pods. The bark is used by tanners in some districts. Couchi, Loranthus pentagona, D.C. and Eldodoneophilius, D.C. and other spp. Lorantheaceae. A parasitic shrub commonly growing on various trees, for example on Adania called couch in curry. Used medicinally and as a charm. Vide also under Sangzami. Sometimes called W. Indian mistletoe. Or dodo, vide abdodo. Cura, ava. Of Dawa, QV Kawo, Phasalia africana, Smith, Leguminosae, one of the African mahoganies or mahogany bean, a large shade tree, with thick very hard pods and large black seeds. The seeds are sold as a medicinal charm called Fazadaga, QV. The leaves are used as a cattle food. Orrery, Ficus corari, Hutch. Urticaceae, a large tree of the fig family, yielding a white latex collected as rubber. Ficus glumosa, Del is included. Iajawa, a ground trailer with thorny stem and a tuberous root edible when cooked, sometimes used in famine. Sin. Doyajawa. Ir adangur, Asparagus polygilelmi, Soms. And Lorb. And other spp. Liliaceae, a straggling half-climbing plant with prickles and acicular leaves. Sin. Majun adangur, lizard spears, more commonly called Satsara, but vide also Aranjaia kazu. Stems used for traps, and Cir kazu. Vide Queringa. Ir Romi, vide under Arera. Ishish, 1. Sin. Coie equals peeled stems of Roma, QV used in medicine and magic, also after scotching applied as a black pigment in wall decoration, compares a mark to the name of one or more different plants in the bush. Irama, Ava. Of Dawa, QV Kerana, Kano, and C. Euphorbia barteri, any brother, a tall branched cactus-like tree with angled prickly stem and milky juice. The name includes other species commonly classed as E. abyssinica, gmelin, used as a fence. Kibaya daiji, vide under Sika. Kalilai equals flowers of the date palm, vide under Dabino. Kimber, Zilopia ethiopica, a rich Anonaceae. African Guinea or Negro pepper. A tree, the small cylindrical black pods are sold as a medicine and spice. Kimber kimber or Kimber derwaki, and C. Hyptis pectinata, poi, labiatae. An erect odorous weed of damp places. Kimber dutsi, vide camu moa. Kimber mahalba, sock. Cats. And Xanth, Lantana salvifolia, Jack. Verbinaceae. An undershrub with fragrant leaves and flowers used to flavor food, milk, and C. Kimber raffi, Platistonia africana, P. Bove. Labiatae. A luxuriant weed of riverbeds with slightly fragrant leaves, used medicinally. Kinchia, sock and cats, Styloschitan dielui, any brother, Aroidii. Sin. Gwandii, Qvini, sock and cats, T. Frosia purpurea, Pus. Leguminosae. A branched undershrub with soft leaves and pink flowers, used medicinally. Sin. Maragua, Catagum, and C. Kirikiri, Synodon Pus. Gramenii. Dub grass. Bermuda grass. A small creeping grass with narrow radiating flower spikes, a good fodder, capable of forming turf and binding sand. Sin. Zarchiazomo, sock. Kyria, Prosopis oblonga, Benth. Leguminosae, an acacia-like tree with white flowering spikes and brown pods. The seeds called Achi or Aquayi, Nuppiyi, are used to make dordawa, Cuvenamigin Kyria, Vidi Colo. Kyria kirumi or Kanya kirumi, a name given to a hardwooded forest tree of the Benue region, not known in Hausa. Kerni, Kano, or Kisni, Sok and Zamf, Bridalia ferruginea, Benth. Euphorbiaceae. A shrub, the root of which is in some districts used as an antidote to arrow poison. Macubama halba equals a fermented extract of the bark used sometimes for hardening floors, vidi under oraua. Curtney, a strong twine made from fiber of yawan wake, tumfaphia, and yaaya, qvi taiwa, a medicine, sold in the form of small tuberous pieces with rootlets, probably the root of a grass, used in fumigation as a charm, love potion, and c. etim. Fail me never. A dargaya, a kind of bean, Canarvalia ensiformis, D.C. Cultivated as a climber on fences and trees, and Ciadago or wallow, the hard-shelled nut of the dumb palm, vidi under goriba. Kokara, a hardwooded tree, walking sticks and cudgels called umra, are made from it. Kaokarani, a va. Avroma, qvoia, strike nose spinosa, lamb. Loganaceae. A tree with yellow hard-shelled fruit a little larger than an orange. The acid pulp is edible, the seeds are poisonous. Namaginoia, strike nose alnifolia, Baker, and Estricleates, Baker, two very similar shrubs with smaller fruit than Oia, not edible. Oia biari, Contagora, Vocanga obtusa, Cascum. Apocynaceae. A tree with paired capsular fruit, which grows in damp ravines. Cocoa, vidi under duma. Cocashiko, Oncabar spinosa, Fusk. Bixaceae, a thorny tree with white rose-like flowers and a hard globular fruit which is used as a rattle. Etim cocashiko equals a child's rattle. Kokuwa, Sok and West, Limonia sp. Rutaceae, a tree with hard green orange-like fruit. Colo, Zamfara, Ambliganocarpus schwinfurthii, Harms. Leguminosae, a large tree with twice-pinnate leaves and brown four-angled pods. Sin. Namagin Kyria, Sok, Kashi, Contagora. Kololo, a va. Of the bottle gourd, vidi under duma. Comia, Cano, Iragristus tremula, Hoxt. Gramenii. A common wild fodder grass, grain eaten in scarcity. Sin. Berbawa, Sok. Comia tarfadama, Iragristus biformis, Kunth. And other spp, taller grasses of wet places, resembling Comia. Comfort or Chitta comfort, ava. Of spice, vidi under chitta. Kakoro, contagora, a grass, vidi faithwa. Compare also quorcoro, vidi under quorco. Asai, vidi under wake. Azane rogo, Dioscorea du Metarum, Pax. Dioscoridae, a species of wild yam with 3 full leaves. Sin. Rogon biari. Cosfer equals the shell or pod of a dehiscent fruit. Quua, Hibiscus esculentus, Lin. Malvaceae. Okra. A broad-leaved malvaceous plant cultivated for its mucilaginous capsules used as a vegetable. Sin. Garo, Sok, Takei, East Hausa, equals soup of okra, from the full name Takeiji. Kubiwa, pumpkin, vidi kabiwa. Kubla, Sok, or Kula, Thoningia sanguinea, Vul. Balanophoi, a parasitic plant found in the bush, with an aromatic root used as a spice. Kudaku, Sok. Xanth, and C. Sweet potato. Vidi dankali. Verdugi, Striga senegalensis, Benth. Scrofularinii. A red-flowered parasitic weed common in cultivated fields. It is believed to destroy the growing dawa, and hence is called Makasadawa or Makasha. Sin. Vuta vuta, Gaigai, Goba. Kufi, an oily extract made from the seeds of zerma, castor oil, Ricinus communis, Kine the Zugu, Physic nut, Jatropha curcas, and Ajiwa, Balanites aegyptiaca, used as an application for sores in domestic stock. Kugundugu, vidi under dankali. Kuchm, vidi under Kanya. Kuka, Adansonia digitata, be just. Malvaceae. Baobab monkey bread tree sour gourd. Inner bark used for rope, strings of musical instruments, and c. The acid and mucilaginous pulp of the fruit is used in various ways as food and drink. Quaquayo, Kano, equals the husk or shell of the indehiscent fruit. Garin cuca equals the mealy acid pulp around the seeds. Guntsu, Kano, equals seeds of cuca. Fulgorgami, Dorda war cuca equals fermented cakes made from the seeds, as with Orawa, QV, also called Katsami, Kano and East. Chuzadoki equals pounded leaves of cuca, with dusa and kanwa, used as food or medicine for horses. Mia cuca or kalan cuca equals the leaves used for soup. Kumbali equals the baobab flower. Kukuki, Sterculia tomentosa, Gil. Itpera. Sterculiaceae, a common tree which yields a gum-like tragacanth. The bark contains an almost tasteless watery juice which is sucked by thirsty carriers, and C. culbuchu, vidicina. Kula, vidi kubla. Kuloko, Sok, and C. equals a black dye for leather, prepared as a fermented extract of sand pods. Bagaruwa, QV Acacia arabica, and Quan mucra, blacksmith's refuse of fused iron oxide and carbon, and mixed with honey or syrup. Kulufata, a small prolific va. Of the native bitter tomato, vidi under gorta. Etim culum fitta. Kumbali equals the flower of the baobab, Vidi under Cuca. Umber Shafo, Vidi for rich in Shafo. Kumbu, Vidi under Duma. Umachi, Sok and Zamf, Vidi Madria Kurumi. Kunda, Sok and Cats, an insect gall forming a swelling on the stem of the grass cat simu, QV used as a toy dart to shoot birds. Undu, Vidi Gijania. Unashua, Gymnosporia senegalensis, Los. Kelastrinii, a common shrub in the bush, with spines and delicate white flowers. Sin. Namijin Seda. Kuninzomo, Vidi Takal Minzomo. Kununguru, East Hausa, Camelina nudiflora, Lindot, a common weed, better known as Bulasa, QV Eurashan Euphorbia aegyptiaca, Pwas. Euphorbiaceae, a small weed of pastures with milky juice, used medicinally. Sin. Rapasa, Cano. Curie, Burkii africana, Hook. Leguminosae, a large hardwooded tree with black bark and pale twice-pinnate leaves, sometimes called Bane Murpho. In Sokoto Ichan Curie equals Malia Azidarik, Vidi Kernan Nasara. Compare also Kari Gatari. Curin Mashiji, Katagum, Ipamoea sp. Convolvulaceae. A twining convolvulus with purple and white flowers. Etim perhaps from the resemblance of the ripe capsules to cowrie shells. Kagum, Kanuri, equals turmeric, Vidi Gangamor. Curinga, Vidi Queringa. Curia, Sok and Zamf, Bombyx spnoposans, Bove. Malvaceae. Red-flowered silk cotton tree. Sin. Gurgia, QV Kerna, Ziziphus spina Christi, Wild. Ramnaceae. A thorny tree with brownish edible berries, common in towns. Compare Magaria. Kernan Nasara, Contagora, and C. Malia Azidarik, Lin. Malaya ce. Pride of India Persian or Egyptian lilac or bead tree. A tree with twice-pinnate leaves and panicles of lilac flowers, often planted in towns. The ovoid yellow fruit has a superficial resemblance to that of Kerna. Etim. From its exotic origin, Nasara equals Christian. In Sokoto called Ichan Curie or Tani Ka Samu, Curie, from some belief in luck associated with it. Seeds called Yayon Tasbihar because used for rosary beads. Kirchu or Kirchunlal, Vidi under Duma. Karukubi, Gruia sp. Tiliaceae, a shrub with rough leaves and edible berries. Uruaru, Sok. Cats. Catagum, and C. Fairtia canthioids, Hyon. Rubiaceae, a shrub with fragrant jasmine-like white flowers. Sin. Lalansuri or Lalanjiba, from its common habitat near ant hills, Gog, Hausa, Vidi Rijya Kafi. Urzaninya, Vidi under Inya. Kurzunu, a tubercled variety of an edible gourd like a cucumber, a var of the bottle gourd Laginaria vulgaris, Vidi under Duma. Kazumburuwa, Vidi under Dawa. Kuchatu, Vidi under Mazara. Quachia, a small calabash, vide under duma. Quagiary, a woody creeper, a sort of jointed cane used for walking sticks, and C. quaquayo, vide under cuca and a jiwa. Quaqua, Elaginensis, Jack. Palmii, oil palm. Manja equals palm oil derived from the outer fleshy pulp of the nut. The kernel yields a different oil. Quaquaratigara, Cocos nucifera, Linn. Coconut palm, from the name of an Agara town on the lower Niger. Quali, vide undergia. Wallow equals the ripe hard-shelled nut of the palm goriba, qv sin. Adago. Qualshi equals the edible kernel of the unripe nut of goriba chiefly, but also of gijania, qv wama, sok and goba, ava. Of the common bean, vide under wake. Wanderia, a thorny acacia yielding gum, Acacia caphra, wild, stems used for walking sticks, said to be so thorny that Byari Yakwana asa. Quanquani, Strophanthus hispidus, D.C. and S. somentosius, D.C. Apocynaceae. Arrow poison plants. The former is a shrub with lax branches, frequently cultivated, with long narrow-beaked pods, the latter a tall woody climber growing on trees, and see chiefly in ravines, and has stout obtuse pods. The seeds are the chief and the only essential ingredient in Nigerian arrow poison. Sin. Tansia, sok. Full. Tunsia Yai, East Hausa, equals arrow poison, from Yatudor Bosmia, sin. Zubgai. Quanquandafi, sok and cats, Indigofera echinata, wild. Leguminosae. Vide Gugia hankaka. Quanquarimi, Zamfara, Wisadula rostrata, Planch. Malvaceae. A tall stiff undershrub with small yellow flowers, the bark yields a hemp-like fiber. Sometimes called Ramarcurimi. Quanquerita, East Hausa, Trapar bispinosa, Roxb. Anagurii. Water chestnut vide under Girawa. The name includes the rhizome of Bdo, qv quanta ali the Zugu, ava. Of the cotton shrub, vide under Abduga. Quantal, sok, or Gurgi quantal, vide Gurgi. Queringa or Curinga, Queringa wofi, Smilax krausiana, mine. Liliaceae, a prickly twiner with 5 nerved leaves and a tuberous root used medicinally, related to Sarsaparilla. Etim. Bastard ladder. Sin. Iakazu. Whereas, the same as Quaruru but vide under Gugia. Quadawa, vide dawa. Querai, a slender soft-wooded tree with long broad leaves, in ravines, sometimes called cabbage tree. Etim querai equals a quiver, because used for making quivers. Anthoclista nobilis, G. Don. Equals a vogelae, planch, and a parviflora, baker, Loganaceae. Weria, the common calabash, vide under Duma. Quaco, cano, or quacoro, Arjmun mexicana, Linn. Papaveraceae. Yellow Mexican poppy, a common prickly poppy of fields and waste places near houses. Sin. Haurin Kada, from the full name, Ya, or Ka, Irawan Allah, because essentially a dry season plant, and because the glaucous leaves throw off rain or dew, Kada Ka Taya is a Yoruba equivalent. The root is used for cotton spools, and as a stimulant by drummers, and C. Quaruu, Vonzia subterranea, Dalziel. Leguminosae. The Bambara groundnut. Sin. Gujia, QV. A species of ground bean cultivated like gia and like it developing its pods underground. It differs from gia in having 3 foliate leaves, 4 leaflets in gia, and spherical, usually one-seeded pods with variegated seeds. The allied Castinguilla geocarpa, Harms, is cultivated in some districts in Nupe and the south. Yeo the daria equals the seeds cracked and roasted, etim from the gaping cracks. Abakuru, Yoruba abokuru, equals cooked ovoid cakes or balls with pepper, salt, and C fried in oil, prepared preferably from quaruu because it keeps better on a journey, and C. Lubatu equals a kind of food made from quaruu. Etim. Ye. Eparora equals round ground nut. Ywa orwea, Adenodolicus sp. Nr. Aochietas, Harms. Leguminosae, a tall undershrub with 3 foliate leaves and slender straight branches used for tanka, and C. Wododo, Vidi abdodo. Wododonquo, Cano, Amorphophallus barteri, Ne brother, and other similar species of Aroideae, an oddly shaped plant of the arum lily family, with a flat lurid purple spathe. Sin. Mawarin Mawododo and Buran carrier, QV Quikia, Ava. Of melon, Vidi under gunner. Quaquo oo, a small va. Of calabash, Vidi under duma. Kwasuzu, the second annual crop of indigo, said to be better than the first, Vidi under barber. Quton Tadawa, Vidi under duma. Quatoa, Soc. Pergularia tomentosa, Lin. Asclepi adii, Vidi fataka. Chiomro or chiaro, Kakibaya, Saccharum spontaneum, Lin. Gramineae. A tall grass of riverbanks and wet places with white plume-like flowering panicle. Stems commonly used for arrow shafts. Sin. Sheme, and, Sangzari, Ilo, used for arrows with detachable head. Sometimes referred to as a bokin kibaya. Yera, Kumbopogon ruprictii, hack. Gramineae. A very common tall grass with sharp long-horned spikelets, used for zana after the spikelets have fallen. Yasua or Ansuwa, Penistum pedicellatum, and P. cetosum, Gramineae. A coarse tall grass with fluffy flowering heads, a common pest in waste places in towns, and C. sin. Fiora, Cano and East. Sometimes distinguished from a somewhat similar grass of wet places as tudu or wage. Compare Juza. L. labe equals tofu, QV sprouting leaves of any plant, Sabongani my tofu. Li, Ava. of cotton, vide under Abduga. Landa, a name given to several varieties of grass used for thatching, in Sokoto and Zamfara generally equals Andropogon apricus, var. Africanus, hack. Vide janbau. Labsa or lauza, Lepidium sativum, lin. Cruciferi. Common or garden cress. Cultivated in Kano and sea. The seeds are a native medicine called algarif, cuvila buj, ava. Of kola nut, vide under goror. Ladico. A species of bean, vide arancaci. Possibly equals laligo, Kano, a sort of hand rattle used by women. Laka, vide under shala. Lalaki, sock, vide under shinkafat. Lalimo, sock, a grass for thatching. Lal, Lawsonia alba, lamb. Lytherii. Egyptian privet or henna, a small shrub planted for the sake of the leaves which are used all over the Sudan, in Egypt and the East, to dye the nails, and see lalan jibar or lalan suri, vide aru aru. Lalan shamuwa, sock, jiskia farnatiads, lin. Ficoidea, a common spreading weed. Etim probably from the ruddy tinge of the plant. Sin. Dandami. Lalu, Corchorus tridens, L and C trilocularis, L. Tiliaceae, common weeds related to jute, used as pot herbs. Sin. Tagunyuwa, including also the wild form of C. olatorius, vide under Malafia. Lania, vide Limnia. Lauza, vide Labsa. Lawashi, vide under Albasa. Laura, 1. Equals sweet potato, vide Dankali. 2 ava. Avdro, qv lemu, Citrus medica, var. Acida, Brandis, Orangeaceae. The lime. A naturalized shrub in Nigeria. Baban lemu or lemon maker, the orange, Citrus aurantium, lin. Lemon yang saraki, lemon magagia or lemon meza, the citron, Citrus medica, lin, rare but half naturalized near Sokoto. Namibian lemu, vide Inuwa gada. L2, vide Rutu. Limnia or lania equals green algae forming a slimy growth in stagnant water. Sin. Dawarawa. Limnia quae or lania quae, Coimpheria ethiopica, Benth. Citaminii, a plant with a conspicuous delicate purple flower growing in shady places, commonly mistaken for an orchid. Etim. Equals frog spawn from the slimy juice. Loda or Loda marina, Vitis pallida, Baker, Ampelidii. Sin. Dafara, qv. A vine. The viscid extract of the root bark gives a smooth surface to native cement used for dye pits, and CNB. In Sokoto the name Loda is also used for the plant with viscid juice, Rogeria adenophila, J. Gay, Pedaliaceae, vide Barbaradu. Logia, vide Rugia. Loco, Chlorophyra excelsa, Benth. And hook. Phil. Urticaceae. Ioroko, S. Nigeria, or Odum, Gold Coast, a large timber tree, used for canoes, building, and C. lubia, vide rubia. Ludei, a va. Of the bottle gourd, vide under duma. Lubatu, a kind of food made from the ground bean quaruu, qvm mabakachi, a large calabash, vide under duma. Makara, a name for more than one species of grass with hollow stems, chiefly equals the tall reed grass Aradu donax, Lin. From which flagellates are made. Sin. Gabara, qv. Also the smaller Panicum proliferum, lamb. Va. Longijubatum, stapf, used by boys to make small whistles. Mki orma wachi, sock, Kaya senegalensis, adjust. Malaya ce. A large timber tree, one of the species of African mahogany. The bark is much used medicinally. Etim from the bitter bark. Mchinasa, Aristolochia albida. Sin. Du mardutsi, vide under gar or cuca. Marafi, Desmodium lasiocarpum, D.C. Leguminosae, an undershrub the seeds of which are covered with minute-hooked hairs which adhere to the clothing, vide an kafi. Marafin kazoo, vide aranjaia kazoo. Mas or mate, a poison usually made from tururibi, qv used for killing fish and vermin, as well as criminally. Medobia, Tocarpus erinaceus, poi. Leguminosae. An African rosewood or bloodwood. A large tree with yellow flowers and flat-winged fruit with soft prickles. The blood-red resin from the trunk is a variety of African kino or dragon's blood, a medicinal astringent. The bark is in some districts used as a red dye or cosmetic like magigi, qv where the latter is scarce. Maga, a va. Of date, vide under abino. Maganin q nama, catagum, the local name for a leguminous weed with yellow flowers and inflated pods, used as a remedy for scorpion bite. Crotalaria atrorubens, Hoxt. Magaria, Ziziphus juuba, lamb. Ramnashi. Juub tree. A thorny shrub, resembling kurna, qv with pale brown edible berries. Magaria cura, Ziziphus macronata, wild. Ramnashi. Buffalo horn. A thorny scrambling shrub with red-brown berries, not edible. Magi Zamfara, vide Magimfa. Magudia, cano, sock, and c. Polycarpae linearifolia, D.C. Caryophyllae. A common herb with heads of small scarious flowers, a common medicinal charm and ingredient of love philters, and c. Maganinpharyngini. Sin. Philosopho. Compare Bacon Suda. Also called Minasara, when used as a charm in hunting or war. Mypharankai, sock, Tricolina rosea, knees. Va. Sphaslata, a grass about 2 feet high with silvery fluffy flowering panicle. Mycane dubu, sock, Alternanthracesalis, brother, Amaranthaceae, a prostrate weed with numerous small clusters of inconspicuous flowers. Makari, a va. Of Dawa, qv mylalata, vide under Matsamama. Minasara, vidi under magudia. Mewa, penistum spicatum, r and s var. A var of millet, compare dro and damro, less wholesome than dro, and said to be injurious to horses. Maj, sock, and c. Par Danielia oliveri, Rolf, Danielia thurifera, Bennett, West Afua. Copaiba balsam tree. Sin. Cadora, Cano, Zariah, and c. QV. Both names are equally well known, sometimes loosely included under the name Aro, QV Aron Maj, in Sokoto sometimes also called Aron Dharma, equals the exuded balsam or oleoresin, a variety of West Afua. Copal, used as scent to fumigate clothing, to impart a gloss to beaten dyed cloth, and C. Magigi, Baphia pubescens, hook. Phil. Leguminosae. Camwood, a tree the wood of which is used as a red dye and cosmetic. Also probably Benitida, a fzel in the south. Compare Madobia. Magimfa or Magiumpha, or Gympha, T. Frosia vogelae, hook. Phil. Leguminosae, an erect shrub cultivated near houses. The leaves are much used as a poison to stupefy fish. Baina, Cano, equals the fish poison prepared from it. Comparago. Madria, sock and cats, or Mingiaria, Cano, and C. Erythrina senegalensis, D.C. Leguminosae. Coral tree, a prickly tree with brilliant scarlet flowers and 3 foliate leaves. The scarlet seeds are sometimes called Idenzacora, QV Madria kirumi, Cano, Philanthus floribundus, mule. Ugg. Euphorbiaceae, a thorny scrambling shrub with small red berries. The term umachi, sock and zamph is sometimes applied to this, and more widely to any thorny thicket, compare gumby and dewflower. Maker equals dried bean leaves, vidi under wake. Makerfo the wao, ava. Of the were, qv mami, vides war anzaki. Murpho, a Formosia laxiflora, harms. Leguminosae, a hardwooded tree with smooth bark and shining foliage. The wood is used for axe handles, and c. The bark and root are used medicinally. Etim probably aryphi, from the hardness of the wood. Sometimes also called kari gatari, break axe. Compare Bain Murpho, vidi curi. Makery, Digitaria sp. A grass cultivated in some districts with a small grain-like acre. QV maker indica equals any antidote to arrow poison, usually vegetable substances containing tannin. Compare Bitaceae sciura. Maker in fau, Panicum falciferum, trin. Gramineae. A wild grass 1½ to 2 feet high, with golden hairy flowering spike, seeds edible, sometimes gathered for food. Macassadawa and Macacia, vidi udugi. Macuba, vidi under orawa. Macubama halba, vidi under Kearney. Mawarin mawododo, vidi wododon quo. Malaphia, or Maraphia, Corchorus olitorius, L. Tiliaceae. Jew's mallow. One of the jute plants, cultivated in Nigeria more as a vegetable than for fiber. Arab Malakia. Malami or Malami now matter, Mucia scabrella, on. Cucurbitaceae, a small twiner with rough leaves and red berries resembling bryony. Etim from its frequent use as a love charm. Sin. Bortonzomo. Malamkoshi, Vidi Zybanza. Malga or Marga, Vidi Gamma Fa. Mal, Mkabi, M. Mama, M. Zamfara, varieties of Dawa, QV Malmo, Eugenia oariensis, both. Myrtaceae, an evergreen tree with fragrant flowers and leaves, and black or purple berries, common by streams and pools. Mangoro, the name given to the mango, Mangifera indica, Linn. Anacardiaceae. Mantarawa, 1. A medicine given to a child at weaning, or to prevent a slave running away, etim. Forget mother, the name is applied to several plants. In Katagum the species was Crotalaria arenaria, our brother Leguminosae, a low weed with small yellow flowers and inflated pods. 2. A name for some epiphytic orchids, for example Anzelia congonensis, Rhodiges, and c. etim because growing on trees away from the ground. Vidi muracine bisa. Maraphia, Vidi malaphia. Maragua, Vidi inai. Maraciri, Vidi underrutu. Marga or Malga, Vidi gamma fa. Marie, Anogesis laeocarpus, Gill. It per. Combataceae. A tree with small pale leaves and balls of whitish flowers, a good timber, it yields a soluble gum, the fruit is used as a vermifuge for horses, and c. Chew-stick tree Anmarike, Katagum, and c. Indigofera secundiflora, poi. Leguminosae. A weed or low undershrub with pale pinnate leaves covered with a gummy glandular secretion. Merincaceae, Pupalia lapacea, just. Amaranthaceae, a straggling spiny weed of waste places, resembling Amon adangor, QV, etim. Mouse's irons. Malmeh, ava. Of Dawa, QV masa, ava. Of kola nut, Vidi undergoror. Mazaki, a large calabash, Vidi underduma. Mazakawa or Mazakwa, a dry season va. Of Guinea corn, Vidi underdawa. Mazara, Z maize, Linn. Gramenii. Maize. Indian corn. Varieties are, M. wada, a dwarf variety, M. fulani, M. quana, tall with about 3 corn cobs with large white grain. Cane mazara or maburkaki equals the terminal male inflorescence. Goyon mazara equals the lateral fruiting spike or mealy cob. Totten mazara, sok, or kuchatu, Kano and East, equals the cob after removal of seeds, used to make pipe stems. Machaei, Rhododendron capitatum, SCH and Thon. Verbinaceae. A shrub with bunches of tubular white flowers and purple berries, the pithy branches are used for pipe stems. Etim. Instrument used for smoking, compare sin. Tituba, sok. Machinzomo, Ophioglossum vulgatum, Linn. Phyllises. Adder's tongue fern, a small fern with simple leaf and erect fruiting spike. Etym. Hare's spear. Masoro, West Africa. Black pepper, Benin pepper, small dried berries sold for spice and medicinal use, the fruit of Piper clusii, Cass. D.C. P. guineans, Piperaceae, a climbing plant on trees in the south. Majun adangur, Vidisat sarahira. Matakashi, a plant resembling sesame, Vidi rutu, used for soup. Matsagi or matsatsagi, Vidi jirga. Matsamama, Physalis angulata, L and P minima, L, solanaceae, common weeds of waste places with inflated calyx enclosing a small berry, related to the Cape gooseberry, P. peruviana, used medicinally. Etym. Matsamama equals gallbladder, also called mylalata, lalata equals a small leather pouch. Sin. Damashin maza, Katug. May, Vidi under Shawaka. Mazakwa, a dry season va. Of Guinea corn, Vidi under Dawa. Maza in Kyanwa, an insect gall on the grass Katsimu, Qvemia, a fiber from the root bark of the shrub Unu, Qv and from other acacias, root of the dumb palm and C. compariawa, and Vidi aquara, Goriba, and C. used for network bags, and C. mending calabashes, and C. Mijan kari, Vidi under Kanya. Mijan Goro, Vidi under Goro. Mingyria, Vidi Madria. Minu, the smallest cola nuts, Vidi under Goro. Miosania, sock and cats, Cedar rhombifolia, L. malvaceae, an undershrub or perennial weed with small yellow flowers and a fibrous bark. Etym. Grasshopper's greens. It is one of the plants included in Cascife, Qvmoda, Sangzivirea sp. Liliaceae. African bowstring hemp, a stemless plant with long straight mottled leaves affording a useful fiber, root and leaf used medicinally. Merli equals the unexpanded fronds of any palm, Quaquaw, Giginia, Goriba, Tukurawa. Shadari equals a mat made from Merlin Giginia. Mert sungwawa, a long-leaved stemless plant, sometimes added to arrow poison. Sin. Gungume. Murachi, the young germinating shoots of the fan palm, Vidi giginia, used as a vegetable. Murachine bisa or M. summer, a name for several species of orchid, growing as epiphytes on trees, Arnzelia congonensis and other spp Vidi mantarawa. Murachine daigi, a name for some ground orchids with long straight leaves, usually Habnaria spp growing in wet places. Murachine gibba or M. gibji, a species of fungus, Vidi under Tumu kunsuri. Murachine macaruwa, Curculigo galabatensis, Schwinf. Amaryllidae. A stemless plant with straight grass-like leaves, yellow flowers, and a thickened rootstock, Sin. Doyakyoj. N. Naaman kaza, Naaman angulu, and C. Agaricus campestris, the edible mushroom. Etym from the pale fleshy appearance of the cut surface, but sometimes also called Naaman assa. Nanopho, Celosia trigena, Linn. Amaranthaceae. An erect weed with white scarious flowers. Used as a medicine for tapeworm, and Cnaneria, sock, vidi under Shinkafat. Nanake, Aspilia kochii, Benth. And hook. Compositae. A plant in the bush with rough foliage and deep purple flowers. Natta, vidi under Goror. Nobe, Cumbopogon cenariensis, va. Proximus, Staph, Gramenii. A fragrant grass, 2 to 3 feet high, with very narrow leaves, much used for thatch. Compare sabre. Nome, sock, and C. Sesamum indicum, Linn. Sesame or benny seed, vidi rutu. Nonaria, Lactuca taraxacifolia, sch and thon. Compositae. A field weed with pale yellow flowers and milky juice. Aria equals a species of gazelle. Nonanjawa, vidi reina. Nonanguanqui, Ficus sp. A tree of the fig tribe with milky juice. Nonancura, Cucumis matuliferus, emi. Cucurbitaceae. A climber with a cucumber-shaped fruit covered with large spines, scarlet when ripe. Also called Buranzaki. Nonancurchia, Euphorbia hirta, Linn. Equals E. pilulifera, and C. A prostrate weed with clusters of small inconspicuous flowers and milky juice, used medicinally. Allied species are included, for example E. convolvuloides, Hoxt and C. nu, sock and cano, the fruit of the tree Dania, QVP parpatsi or farfatsi, vidi dandana. Pesa daga, vidi faza daga. Pesa abba, vidi faza abba. Pesa weri, vidi faza weri. Piaka or fiaka, vidi jibdar asa. Punkaso, vidi under alkama. Ara, cyanotis lanata, Benth. Camelinaceae, a somewhat succulent herb growing amongst grass, which is said to cause eczema of horses' muzzles. Etym from ra equals dew, which is supposed to have a similar effect. Reina, Kigelia ethiopica, Dukn, va. Bornuensis, Sprague, Bignoniaceae. Sausage tree. A large shade tree with pendulous lurid purple flowers, and huge cucumber-shaped fruit. Sin. Roya, sock, and nonanjawa. Rai or Cassia occidentalis, Linn. Leguminosae. An erect shrubby plant with pinnate leaves and yellow flowers, of the Senna tribe, used medicinally for fevers, and C. Etym from attributed restorative powers. Sin. Sunga, sock and west, and Ba Zamfir, Katagum and east. Rake, Cano, and C. Saccharama ficinarum, Linn. Gramenii. One of the species of sugar cane, grown near streams, arak, sock. Called also Karen saraki. Compare Takana. Rakanjawa, or Takanajawa, Pucednum sp. Umbelliferae, a shrub with pinnate leaves and fragrant sap, used as a scented fumigation for clothing. Compare Takanajawa. Roma, Hibiscus cannabinus, Linn. malvaceae, and perhaps H. lunarifolius, willed. Bastard jute Indian hemp. A tall straight annual grown for its bark fiber from which cordage is made, leaves acid, used in soup. Black, white and red varieties are recognized according to the tint of the bark, Charroma, Fararoma, Aiki, Sok, with black and red varieties, Etimbicus considered the last agricultural labor of the season, or Kokarani, Katsina, and Dairin the Rani, Kano, Jairin the Rani, Borki, Ganwan Roma equals coil of Roma bark or fiber. Inkin Roma equals leaves of Roma used for soup, Vidi under Inya. Ishish or Coie equals peeled stems of Roma, used in medicine in occult practice and as a sooty application when burnt applied for mural decoration. Rama Rafi, and see wild varieties of the same botanical species, Vidi Aramamoa. Rama Karumi, Vidi Quanquerimi, Roma Roma, Vidi Ramania. Ramania, Sok. Cats, and C. Uinalabata, Lin. Malvaceae. A hard erect shrub, 2 to 3 feet high with pink flowers, the bark yields a strong fiber. Sin. Roma Roma, or Kafi Roma, Bain Garamani and Janzu, Vidi under Garamani and Zu. Compare also a warm agony. Ramo, Sok, or Rorno, Kano, chopped grass mixed with building clay to act as mortar. Compare Jan Romo. Rapacer, Vidi under Yoroshan U. Ruria Asa, Contagora, Chrysanthellum procumbens, Pus. Compositae, a small wayside weed with yellow flowers. Rauma fada, Vidi Roma fada. Rawea, Cochlospomum tinctorium, Ridge. Bixaceae, a common shrub with yellow rose-like flowers and a yellow root used as a dye and in cooking. Sin. Zunzuna. Roya, Vidi Raina. Rutu, Altu, Sisamum indicum, Lin. Pedaliaceae. Sesame, Gingelly, Beni seed. Simsim, Arab. An annual with white or red flowers, cultivated for its oily seeds, leaves and seeds used as food. Sin. Gnome, compare Karkashi. Marasiri, full. West, equals Sisamum porridge. Samzam or Samzamum, Arab Simsim, an extract probably of sesame, used as an eye medicine. Rutinbariwa or Nomanbariwa, Sisamum alatum, Thon. Pedaliaceae. A wild species with divided leaves and beaked pods, not eaten. Rutincada, Vidi Iauia carrier. Rutintugi, Fimbristlis exilis, R&S, Cyperaceae. A small sedge, Vidi Gemencas U. Rugia biari, Vidi Zuwaran biari. Rugia kafi, Sok, a native prescription and reputed remedy for syphilis composed of the plants Damagi, Ferabiarona, Faza aber and Uruaru. Qv romani equals the fruit of the pomegranate, Punica granatum, L. Comperumen, the flowers of the same. Rumi, Kano, and C. Orini, Sok, Eriodendron orientale, Stoid. Malvaceae. White silk cotton tree. The silky floss around the seeds forms the upholstery material called kapok, Ryman mesa, a variety without thorns on the branches when young, and with a superior cotton. Ryman aguada, so pubea simplex, Hoxt. And other spp, Scrofularinii. An erect herb in the bush with narrow leaves and pink flowers. Aguada equals Rockdaceae, Procavia sp. Ryman samari, Oldenlandia grandiflora, Hyon. Rubiaceae. A common slender branched herb of fields and waste places, with bright red four-partite flowers. Also O. senegalensis, Hyon. A similar plant with smaller less conspicuous flowers. Used as a love potion or charm for popularity. Rhymni, Soc, Salix sp. Salicaceae. A common species of willow on riverbanks. Sin. B. arowana, Qv risga, a cultivated plant with an edible tuber. Pulchranthus sp. Labiatae, like the Kaffir potato P. esculentus, ne brother risga curge, Asclepias lineolata, SCHL, Asclepiadae. A shrub with milky juice and umbels of purple flowers. The spindle-shaped root tubers are used medicinally. Rhubarb, Panicum pyramidale, Lamb. Gramineae. A tall grass of marshy places, probably applied to several grasses. Rogo, Maniho palmata, Mule. Ugg. Euphorbiaceae. Sweet cassava or manioc, and Maniho utilissima, Pol. Bitter cassava. The former or non-poisonous species is the one chiefly cultivated in Nigeria, compare Araza. Rogon sabara or Armagaria, Soc, are terms used for cassava grown in arid areas, Sabara and Magaria, Qv being shrubs of dry scrub districts. Rogon Biari, Vidiazane rogo. Rogon daji, a species of vine with thickened roots, Vide Sabiari kinkini, also applied to other twiners with thickened roots, for example a wild species of yam, Dioscorea sp., a species of clematis, and c. Rugia or Logia, a perennial herb, Asclepiadae, with long narrow leaves, milky juice and an edible succulent tuberous root stock. Rugia mahalba, Xisomalabium hudolotionum, Dcn, Asclepiadae, a somewhat similar plant with milky juice, short leaves, lateral umbels of small flowers, and a harder tuberous root edible when cooked. The names Bauch, Sanyar and Dio probably refer to the same or allied asclepiad plants or milkweeds with tuberous roots, for example Schizoglossum petherichianum, olive which has short broad leaves and umbels of white flowers. Roko, Ava. Of bean, Vide under wake. Rubia or lubia equals the edible figs of several species of ficus, or shia, durumi, gamji, qv. The name is sometimes extended to include other fruits of similar shape, and see for example dates, the grapes of Defara, qv, and c. Ragugwa, Vide under kabiwa. Ruau, Vide Zybanza. Roma fada or Rauma fada, Scoparia dulcis, L. Scrofularinii. Sweet broomweed. a common herb with small white flowers. Etym from use as a charm to ensure court favor. Roma equals rakia, to act as companion or sponsor. Namagin Roma fada, Heliotropium zelanicum, lamb. Boraginiae, a weed used medicinally, vide under Guanja Cusa, probably applied to several plants with some resemblance to Roma fada. Rumen equals flowers of pomegranate, vide Romani, rumen, the Indian name. Rumina, Gladiolus spicatus, clat. G. quartinianus, a rich. G. ungiculatus, baker, and other species, Iridae. Common gladioli with edible corms. Ruminandoki, a plant with a larger bulb used as a medicine for horses. A large species in the Benue district is sold for making a sweet food kununzai. Rumaya, a slender grass with tough stems, used for cordage, tying thatch, and C. rumfargada, Casitha guineensis, Schithan. Lauraceae, a parasitic leafless and rootless twine-like dodder, with wiry stems and small clusters of white flowers and berries. Sin. Cilia sulcua. Runhu or rumfu, Cassia goratensis, Faz. Leguminosae, a small tree with yellow flowers. An infusion of the leaves and pods is used as a wash in parturition, and for fever. Compare ai or Rua, Perinorum curatelifolium, planch. Rosaceae, a small tree with an edible mealy pear-shaped fruit, vide under Guanja Cusa and Aiai. S. sabarbacata, a species of cultivated bean, the yam bean vide gyri. Sada or safada, vide under Orawa. Sabani, T. frogia elongate, hook. Leguminosae, a tall slender plant with pink flowers and pinnate leaves, used as a medicinal charm. Sin. Samerkai. Etym. Rupture of friendship. If a leaflet be sharply pulled apart, it tears in a forked manner, suggesting the parting of roads or disagreement, such as occurs when one challenges another to split it straight. Compare shege. Sabara, Gira senegalensis, lamb. Combaceae. A shrub with whitish dusty-looking leaves, very abundant in dry infertile regions, a typical plant of dry scrub localities with a small rainfall. Leaves used in various ways as medicine and also as food in some northern districts, burned to fumigate cattle pens, and to keep off flies, as magan in Rongomi by women after parturition. In Sokoto, a recognized prophylactic of leprosy, and C. Sai, vide Bea, Panicum albigelam, Kunth. Gramenii. A wild grass with edible grain gathered by sweeping a calabash across the heads. Etym from the method of gathering sai, and thus perhaps applied to more than one species. Compare garage. Sai or shea equals carded cotton, vide under abduga. Subco, or sorco, bubukuwa, vide bubukuwa. Subulan angi, Zornia diphylla, pus. Leguminosae, a low herb with paired leaflets, sometimes used as fodder and medicinally, said to form a slight lather with water. Etym. Slave's soap. Sin. Sabulum sallow. Sabulum mater, sock. Xanth. And cats, Vernonia primulina, Ohorfm. Composite. An erect plant, 1 to 2 feet high, with blue thistle-like flowers. Sin. Tizalin cura. Safa, sock, or shafa, cano and east, spring onion, Vide albasa. Safa fura, sock, Crotalaria polycotoma, torb. Leguminosae. A small herb with yellow flowers and pale pubescent leaves, supposed, if accidentally given to an infant, to cause the hair to turn grey before puberty. Sin. Yaki, Qv sargagi, Catagum, Indigofera simplicifolia, lamb. Leguminosae. A stiff-branched undershrub with small narrow pods. Sahankaki deco, Polygala arenaria, wild. Polygalaceae. A small field herb, used medicinally in cases of serious internal disease, syphilis, and C. etim. Cause the crows to wait because supposed to be very poisonous. Sin. Shanikae sanni, and Gugia dawaki, Zamfara. Sinya, cano, cats, and C. Securidaca longi pedunculata, fuzz. Polygalaceae. A shrub with purple flowers and a winged seed. The root has a rank smell and is used medicinally in many ways, as a purge, worn as a charm, and sin. A warmagunguna, sock, and C. Mother of medicines. It is an occasional ingredient in some prescriptions for arrow poison. Secata, ava. Of yam, said to be inferior to others and not used for soquera. Dioscorea elata, L. Compare doya. Sala, Vidishala. Samerkai, Vidi sabani. Samarindanga, a name for the tree Moringa pterygosperma, Vidi zogalagandi, because commonly planted as a compound fence. Sambara equals dawa otro, and C half grown at harvest, and left to mature later. Sambayu, a tree the leaves of which are poisonous to cattle. Samzam, Vidi under rutu. Sandalu, Vidi under goror. Sundanbayari, S. dutsi, or S. yangbori, Vidi under Gijanyabayari. Sundan May, a name for more than one tree with magical uses, Vidi under Bakin Muchum and Dawo. Sanga Sanga, Sok and West, Cassia occidentalis, Lin. Sin. Rai or Qv Sunya, an asclepiad plant with milky sap, Vidi under Ragia and Tafokaea shamama. Sankachindawa, estro equals corn reaped and laid out in lines to dry. Sanquo, cano, Syncalostimonosimwads, schithan. Labiatai, a wild herb related to Tumuku, Qv with wrinkled leaves, spikes of deep red flowers, and a tuberous root. Sin. Tumucunbiari. Songzami, or Sasmi, Stereospumum kunthianum, chum. Bignoniaceae. A small tree with smooth bark, beautiful pink flowers and long narrow pendulous pods. The bark is used medicinally. Sin. Gyri. This tree is apparently held in much respect in Sokoto, and sea called Ansarakinitatiwa, and not cut for firewood. Couchin songzami, the parasitic plant Loranthus vidi couchi, when growing on this species is considered a lucky find. Foreign songzami, vidi shunin biari, and halshansat. Songzami, sock and cats. Equals foliage. Songzari, vidi under kyomro. Saraku warsoro, Katsina, and C. Lucas martinicensis, our brother, Labutai, an odorous weed with whorls of small white flowers. Etim because supposed to be incompatible with mosquitoes. Sin. Iauyagunna. Saran waga, vidi under goror. Sarawan goror. Compare proverb Sarawan goror azanchni, 2 calabashes of kola nuts being bought by 2 persons are divided for fairness into equal halves, either buyer taking 1/2 of each. Sariapwaiwa, Hygrophila spinosa, T. andus. Acanthaceae, an erect hard plant of damp places with blue flowers and long spines. Etim. Prick the knee. Sin. Zizajawa, and Dainjawa. Sarakinjibji, S. Juyi, vidi under Faza aber and Baba Juyi. Species of Boa havia, Trianthema, and Portulaca are all somewhat succulent weeds of waste places and rubbish heaps, and their names are often interchangeable. Sara iya, Ditrostachys platycarpa, well. Leguminosae, a very thorny scrambling shrub in the bush forming dense thickets, a sort of wait-a-bit thorn. Sometimes loosely called dewflower, bane gumby and umachi, qv sarai. Borki, a plant used as a neutralizing bath in tanning leather. Equals katsari. Sasabani, Heidija, and C. Parkinsonia aculeata, L. Leguminosae. Jerusalem thorn. Arab sasaban, Suspania aegyptica, poi. An exotic tree with yellow flowers and narrow pinnate leaves, planted in towns. In Sokoto called by the full name Sharon Labai. Compare Lambo. Sawai, vidi under Abduga. Soru dubu, Ipomoea dissecta, willed. Convolvulaceae. A small ground trailer with white flowers and deeply divided leaves. Etim. 1,000 footprints from the numerous dissect leaves. Soran gorica, Vidia farfakera. Soran guanki, a flat-leaved stemless herb, used as a medicine for hunters. Shefa, kano, or safa, sock. A variety of onion, Vidi albasa. Psha, Arab, Hordeum sativum, Pus. Barley, rarely grown in Nigeria. Pshakae sani, Vidi sahankeki dako. Pshala, Kano and East, or Sala, sock. A tall reed with light stems growing in marshes in the north, stems used for screens called fi, and si. A bulrush. Typha australis, sch and thon. Bambana equals the flowering or fruiting head, called also Geranthsunsae, Kano, or Tumunshula. Laca equals the soft edible core of the immature flowering head. Shamrai, Vidi Karan Kabau. Shanshera, unhusked rice, Vidi under Shinkafat. Shantu, a long narrow va. Of the bottle gourd, Vidi under Duma. Sharon Labai, sock. Full, Vidi Sasabani. Shashato, a malam's charm to secure favor, hence applied to some plants with a similar use, for example Joshia villosa, lamb. Anagrashi, an erect weed of wet places with yellow flowers, used as a medicine or charm by wrongdoing slaves and others. Etim shashasha equals simpleton or irresponsible person who is treated with lenient ridicule rather than seriously. Shadari, a mat made from the unexpanded fronds of the fan palm, Vidi Gijanya and Merli. Shege, a term similar to sabani, QV applied to several leguminous weeds with leaves which tear in an irregular manner. Sheeni or Shiozomo, Vernonia sp. Near V. pumila, compositae, a low herb with thistle-like flower and broad flat leaves. The root tubers are bitter and used medicinally for venereal and other diseases. Sin ba gashi. Contagora, from the bristly pappus. Sheme, Vidi Kyomro. Shia or Sai equals carded cotton, Vidi under Abduga. Shibra or Shura, Vidi under Dro. Shineka, sock. Cats, and C. Ctenium elegans, kunth. Gramenii. A grass about 2 feet high with a single one-sided bristly flower spike. Sin. Vatsiakazu. The name includes the similar species Scoenifeldia gracilis, kunth with several one-sided flower spikes. Used in thatching. Shinkafat, Oryza sativa, Lin. Gramenii. Rice, cultivated in marshes and inundated localities. Shanshera or barunyu equals rice grain in the husk. Any ngumi equals husked but unboiled rice. Gumi equals husked rice boiled and dried. Boru, sok. Full dot, or shinkafavatsia equals rice unsown but growing sporadically from fallen grains, often harvested and eaten. Shinkaf, or laleki, sok. Oryza sylvestris, stapf. Wild rice, common in marshes and pools, much used for thatch and eaten in scarcity, equals fulnainaria, name used equally by Hausas in Sokoto. Sin. Shinkafarashi, Katsina and East, Rashi equals warthog, Gadu or Mugundwa, which eats the roots. Shiarinia, Ficus sp. Urticaceae. Narrow-leaved fig tree. A large tree with milky juice and small figs. Sin. Pshiria, sok. Pshawaka, Vernonia amygdalina, Dalziel, compositae. A shrub with whitish flowers, wild and commonly planted in compounds. The root is used as a toothstick and bitter tonic, and the leaves medicinally in various ways. May, sok, or fat, kano, or fate, East Hausa, is a secret medicine of women, prepared from the leaves along with other native drugs. Shiwaka jan garagari, a shrub with bitter properties like the above. Etimbicus said to grow in places of red soil. Anaphrenium pulcherrimum, Schwinth. Anacardiaceae, and probably others. Shuni, prepared indigo, the blue dye stuff extracted from baba, usually sold as blue cones or lumps. Shunin Biari, Contagora, Loncocarpus laxiflorus, Giat P. leguminosae. A small tree with bunches of purple flowers. Sin. Furan Songzami, Sok and Cats, Halshan Sa, Zamfara. In some pagan districts this is called Babar Talaki, and used as a dye, Vidi Talaki. Shura or Shibra, Vidi Underdro. Cilia Sulkuwa, Vidi under Rumfargada. COIE or COIE equals Ishish, Vidi under Roma. Soso, Lafa Egyptica, Mil. Cucurbitaceae. Lufargord, a climber with yellow flowers and cucumber-shaped fruit with a fibrous vascular skeleton used as a scrubber or strainer, and sea pulp of immature fruit eaten cooked. Sosan Yama, Laphora cutangula, Roxb. A species with larger fruit with longitudinal ridges, called also Sosan Wanka, because more used as a lufar in washing. Subtu or Sutu, cotton before carding, pulled by hand after removal of the seeds by a roller on a stone, Vidi under Abduga. Sunasar equals a food made from wheat, Vidi under Alkama. Shur, Sok. Equals Yakuwa, QV hibiscus subdarifa, Lin. Red sorrel Shur and Fardama, Sok, Triumpheta pentandra, a rich. Tiliaceae, an erect branching undershrub with small acinate fruits which adhere to the clothing, Vidi and Kafi. The leaves are sometimes used as chuzardoki, Vidi under Kuka. Shurandi, Vidi dei. Sutra, a species of euphorbia with milky juice, called also Tutayang saraki, Vidi also under Zami. Titaba, Nicotiana tabacum, Lin. Solanaceae. Tobacco. Cultivated in most parts of Nigeria in alluvial soil, used for smoking and in the form of powder for chewing and as snuff. Flowers rubbed on the teeth while chewing certain varieties of kola nut, to give a red color. Fure equals a flower, when unqualified generally means tobacco flowers. Tani ka samu, a name applied to several trees affording useful products, for example Ficus vogelae, meek, of which the latex forms a variety of rubber. Compare Kernan nasara, and Zogalagandi. Tabar angulu, Tabar cura, a species of fungus, Vidi mucunsuri. Tabar manzomo, Vidi takel minzomo. Tafaranuwa, Allium sativum, Lin. Liliaceae. Garlic. Cultivated like the onion, Vidi albasa, from which it differs in having flat leaves, hollow or fistula in the onion, and the bulb divided into several lesser bulblets. Only used as a medicine, commonly for fevers and stomach complaints. Tafusa, Cassiatora, Lin. Leguminosae. An undershrub of the senna tribe with yellow flowers, leaves used in soup and as a mild laxative. Tophaceae, Sarcocephalus ruscari, Kochi, Rubiaceae. A shrub with large balls of white flowers and a red edible fruit, bark and root used medicinally, a common chew stick to Phocaea mamaca, Schizoglossum sp. N.R. S. Petherichianum, olive. Asclepiadae. A small herb with umbels of white flowers and milky juice. Etym. Come and take the breast, probably used for others of the same natural order, the milkweed family, Videtaterida, Sunya, and Rugia, Tigerona, Vidiidens Takelminzomo, Cano, Soc, and C. Cadalvina dielui, ch. Wright, Citaminii. A low stemless herb of the ginger family, with 4 flat succulent leaves and yellow flowers. Sin. Tabarmanzomo, Zariah, and Cuninzomo. Takealuwa, a synonym for dadawa, qv takena, sorghum vulgare, va. Saccharitum, Gramineae. One of the species of sugar cane, grown like Guinea corn to which it is botanically akin. Comparake. Takenajawa, cats. Sock. And Xanth, Hano undulata, Planch. Samarubia. A tree with pinnate leaves, white fragrant blossoms and black plum-like fruit. Sin. Namijan Gwobsa, Contagora, and C. Nb. In many districts the name is applied to the tree Cussonia nigerica, Hutch. Or Gwobsa, qv compare also Rakanjawa. Takei, Vidi under Quua. Talaki or Talake in Yarabawa, Loncocarpus cyanescens, Benth. Leguminosae. West African indigo. Yoruba wild indigo. A woody climber. The indigo dye prepared from the leaves, better than that from Baba, is imported into Nigeria, for example to Sokoto from Ilorin, and dyeing is done in pots not in pits. Vidi also shewn in Biari. Talia, a sort of macaroni made from flour of alkama, qv, etym probably from Italy. Tamangagi, Vidi underdro. Tamaski, Vidi under Barber. Tamba, Eluzine Karikana, Gaon. Gramineae. A grass about 2 feet high, wild and cultivated as a kind of millet, flowering head with many crowded rays, Curacan, Ceylon, Merua or Rajai millet, India. Tamberi, a herb, Granger madraspatina, Poi. Compositae. A weed with small solid heads of yellow flowers and divided leaves. Tamnagia, a small va. Of watermelon, Vidi under gunner. Tamrao or Torao, and Heracum sp. Liliaceae. A small liliaceous plant with yellowish stems and white flowers opening in the evening, somewhat resembling Star of Bethlehem. Etym. Star. In Zamfara used also for Cyanotis C. spetosa, Kochi. Idpia. Camelinaceae, a small stemless plant with azure blue flowers, and probably other species. Tandra, Vidi idens. Tanqua, Sock, red pepper, Vidi barcono. Tantaroba, Indigofera, Vent. Leguminosae. A low-spreading herb with 2 foliate leaves and pink flowers, used medicinally. Tansia, Vidi quanquani. Tiramia, Combatum verticillatum, N. and dials, and several other species, Combataceae. A tree with white spikes of flowers and four-winged fruit, a source of gum. See Gatonophyllum, dials, and others. Tara yara, Vidigigenyabiri. Taringida, sock, and c. Glossoniman ubicum, dugn. Asclepiadae. A low-branched herb of fields and waste places in the north, with milky juice and follicles covered with soft prickles. Sin. Teterida. Etym of both names from the pods crowded to bursting with silky seeds. Sometimes called Tophocaea shamama, qv eaten by goats and capable of being used as a vegetable. Tarnekuwa, ava. Avdro, qv taru, combatum herbaceum, don. Combataceae. A low undershrub with four-winged fruit and hard root, hence also called kari galma, qv, or breakho. Tashi, vidi undergawo. Titaba, sock. Sin. Mashaei, qv teterida, vidi taringida. Tatasei, large chili peppers, vidi under barcono. Tora, Deuterium senegalens, Gmel. Leguminosae. A small tree with white flowers and flattened oval fruit. The latter is used with that of Kenya and Inya to make a sort of molasses, my. Tawasa or Tawasa, Entida sudanica, Schwinf. Leguminosae, a common tree of the acacia type with white spikes of flowers and curious jointed and embossed pods. It yields an inferior gum. Fiber is got from the root bark, vidiyawa and mir. Tizagadi, a native medicine. The pounded fragrant leaves of a plant, Artemisia sp. Brought by Arabs. Turconera, Vidi Satsaraira. Tynia or Tunia, Cano, Tumnia, Sock and Xanth, Euphorbia unispina, N.E. Brown. A cactus-like shrub, with an acrid milky juice, a common accessory ingredient of arrow poison. E. poisoni, Pax, and perhaps other species are included. Tofa or Toha, Imperator aradinacea, Cyril, Gramineae. A stiff-leaved grass with a white cottony flower spike, growing up in fields, and see after harvest or burning, especially in damp situations, used for thatch and stuffing cushions. Zakaran tofa equals the sharp young shoots which pierce the heel. Tofo or toho, the young leaf buds or sprouting of any tree or grass. Sin. Lebe. Compare fooder. Toshshi or twoshshi, vidi under barcono. Totten mazara, vidi under mazara. Tizalinbariwa, catagum, Vernonia pauciflora, less. Compositae, a field herb with blue thistle-like flowers. Tizalincura, vidi sabulan matter. Sa or swa, sock, Phlogia microcarpa, bloom, Euphorbiaceae. A slender-branched small-leaved shrub with white berries. The tough stems are used for making wicker traps, native beds, and hence also called ichangado, occasionally planted near houses. Vidi Fascarajawa. Sabre or sour, Cumbopogon giganteum, Stapf, Gramineae, a tall fragrant grass, used for zana, screens, and c. Sometimes confused with the narrow-leaved grass knobe, qv. Seda or swada, soc. Ximenia americana, lin. Olaciniae, a shrub with small yellow plum-like fruit of acid taste. Tsedalamaradu or Tsedal meza, Spondius luti, lin. Anacardiaceae, hog plum, yellow Spanish or Jamaica plum. A tree with alternate pinnate leaves, warty bark and a yellow drupaceous fruit with acid aromatic taste. Benue region and the south. Lamaradu was a historic king in the time of the Prophet. Sedo or Sedao, Kano, and C. Seda, Soc. Tribulus terrestris, Lin. Zygophilii. Caltrop, compare Dei. A prostrate yellow-flowered weed with a strongly spinned fruit that injures the foot, a common pest of paths and waste places. Etym probably equals stop. Sakura, Ancomanes de Yelly, N.E. Brown, and other allied species, Aroidea, an aroid with a large much divided leaf on a tall prickly stem. The tuber is eaten in scarcity after prolonged boiling to remove the acridity. Compare also Hans Argada. Samia, Tamarindus indica, Lin. Leguminosae. Tamarind tree. A large tree with pinnate leaves and yellowish or red striped flowers. The acid pulp of the pods is used in various ways as food and drink and as a laxative medicine. The tree is the host of one of the species of wild silkworm, Anophy sp, also called Samia. Angaraza, Kano, Tun Jam Jam. East Hausa, equals flowers of Samia eaten fresh and made up into comestibles. Samia makioa, T.S. Mahalba, or T.S. Asa, Nelsonia campestris, our brother, Acanthaceae, a soft-leaved prostrate weed with slightly acid leaves and close spikes of small pink flowers. Senna, an edible cucumber-shaped va. Of the bottle gourd. Vide under Duma. Thsararia, a va. Of the common country bean, wake, qv zarkiakazu, Starchitaphyta jamacensis, Val. Verbinaceae. Devil's coach whip. A weed with a long narrow spike of pale blue flowers, used medicinally. Sin. Vatsiakazu, or W. era, and sometimes Vatsiar adangur. Zarkiazomo, soc. Dub grass, Vide kirikiri. Tsatsagi, Vide jurga. Satsara era, or Turkon era, Asparagus polygilelmi, Soms. And Lorb, A. africanus, lamb. And other spp, Liliaceae. A straggling half-climbing prickly plant with graceful fronds and very narrow leaves, tough stems used to make snares and traps for small animals. Etym satsara, a basket-like fish trap. Sin. Ir adangur, qv and Majan adangur. Compare also Karanjaya kazu. Satsara cura, Vitis quadrangularis, Lin. Videari. Sur, Vide sabre. Sawa, Vide under Bagai. Sabiari kinkini, Ampelocyssus grantii, Planch. Ampelidae, a vine with edible berries and a thickened root, hence also called rogondaji, qv used medicinally. Sin. Farunmakioa. Other species of Cissus and Ampelocyssus are included, for example the forest grape bakery, planch. Sabra or shora, sock, Rundia nilotica, staph, rubiaceae, an erect thorny shrub or small tree. Sin. Barbaji, East Hausa. Sedao, Vide sedo. Sedorn carrier, Annie alma beniniensis, Kunth. Ashwinfurthii, C. B. Clark, and other species of Camelinaceae, weeds with delicate blue flowers and tufted fibrous roots. Compare Kari galma. Sidufu, small hot chili peppers, Vide under Barcono. Cicardaji, sock, or cicadawa, also Kibaya daji kumbopogon diplandrum, hack. Va. A tall grass covering large areas of uncultivated ground, used for thatch, and c. etim from the recurved pointed flowering spikes. Sin. Tuma the gabara, qv. Other tall species of the same genus are probably included. Cicargida or Cicar sabra, T. S. Sra, sock, Leonotis pallida, Benth. Labiatai, a tall weed better known as cane muchum or cane arrowo, qv. Psintia, 1. Panicum suborbigilum, Kunth. Gramenii. A grass 3 to 4 feet high, used for thatching and for brooms, and planted as a field boundary. 2 Iragristus sp. Ebiformis, Kunth. A grass of wet places, used for thatch, the species commonly sold for brooms. Syrafau, Stylosanthis erecta, both. Leguminosae. A herb with fragrant viscid leaves and small yellow flowers. Etim from growing up on hard bare areas. Coie equals Eshish, Vide under Roma. Zooorpharon zoo, Pavania hirsuta, Gil. Idper. Malvaceae. A shrub with broad harshly hairy leaves and large yellow flowers with purple center. Uianalabata, Linn. Malvaceae, is sometimes distinguished as Janzu, Vide Romania. Zuku or Zuvuku, Kano, Biophychum sensitivum, D.C. Or Oxalis sensitiva, Chiranaceae, a small pinnate-leaved herb with the habit of a tiny palm and salmon-pink flowers, as in the sensitive plant the leaves contract when touched. Popular names are Matagara afafunki, Rufrumbu, Kabkano, and c. newer equals contracting or withdrawing, Shora, Vide Subrazu war unbiari, Vitis cornifolia, back. Ampelidii, an erect plant of the vine family, with ovoid pointed berries, root medicinal. Sin. Rugiarbiari. Zuwaranzaki, sock. Cats. And Xanth, Cucumis figurea, Del. Cucurbitaceae. A wild ground trailer of the gourd family with ovoid slightly prickly fruit. Sin. Mamie, Catagum, Kashingwanki, Gunacura, Gwalanzaki, East Hausa. Used medicinally and as a medicinal charm for chickens. Swa, Vidisa. Swada, vide Seda. Tubani, a food prepared from beans, vide under wake. Tubaninda wakey, peristrophy bicolliculator, knees. Acanthaceae. An erect annual with pink flowers, can be used as fodder. Tue, vide under Feru. Tugandi, large mild chilies, vide under Barcono. Tugi orchia war tugi, Eleusine indica, Gaon. Gramineae. A coarse tufted grass with digitate flower spikes, resembling but smaller than tamba, QV a good fodder and capable of being used as food. Tucara, sock, Melochia corcorifolia, Linn. Malvaceae. An erect plant of wet places, 2 to 4 feet high, stems used for tanka, bark used for cordage, and leaves sometimes used in soup. Tucurawa, Raphia vinifera, Pal. Both. Palmii. Bamboo palm. Wine palm. Stems used for roofing, canoe poles, and C equals gongola, guangwala, the Nupe name for this palm, leaf for various plaited articles, for example cabido, QV a kind of waterproof hood, and korora, cowrie bags. Bami or palm wine is usually made from this species in Nigeria. Vide also merli, gangame, and C. A mealy layer between the husk and the hard nut is eaten in munchie as a food and medicine, and C. tumor the gabara, sok and zamf, kumbopogon diplandrum, hack. Va. A tall grass with reflexed flower spikes, very abundant in the bush, used for thatch. Etim from the crackling and jerking of the dry spikes when burnt. Sin. Cicadae, QV tumbinjaki, Paspalum scorbiculatum, Linn. Gramineae, a wild grass used in some districts as a cereal, a sort of hungry rice or bastard millet. Etim probably from observed unwholesome effects. Tumphaphia, Calotropis procera, our brother, Asclepiadae. Dead Sea or Sodom apple. Arab ashur, and closely related to the Indian muda or ak, Calotropis gigantea. A large milkweed, a common shrub of peculiar appearance with broad hoary white leaves and milky juice, umbels of pink and purplish flowers and bladdery capsular fruit, only found near habitations and used in many ways, medicinally, for cordage, and C. tumkia, a grass, applied loosely to several plants with white flowers or pale foliage. Compare B. Philotony, and Carony. Tumkia raffi, sock, and C. Heliotropium ovalifolium, Fusk. Boraginae. A coarse weed with small white flowers, used medicinally. Tumnea, vide Tinea. Tumu, ears of early ripening dro or mewa and other cereals excluding maize, eaten roasted, not boiled, and C. Tumuku, Colus dysentericus, Baker, Labiatae. A cultivated annual with tuberous potato-like root. Tumucunbiari, Syncolostim wards, Schithan. Labiatae. A wild plant very similar to the above, with small tubers. Sin. Sanquo, Cano. Tumucunsuri, Pataxon pistillaris, farther an erect club-shaped fungus with brown dusty spores as in the puffball, commonly found on ant hills. Synonyms numerous, for example Murachinjiba or Mjibji, Kano, Vutabariwa, the berry equivalent, from the smoke-like cloud of spore dust when burst, Tabar angulu, Tabar cura, Duran cantu. Tumunshula, Vidishala. Tuna, often pronounced tunum or tunas, Pseudocedrilla kochii, harms. Malayaceae. A tree with undulate-edged leaves like the oak, a good timber, bark used medicinally. Tunjamjam, Hausa, flowers of the tamarind tree, Vidi under Samia. Tagunyuwa, Vidi lalu. Turi, a dye, generally a synonym for gangamu or turmeric, qv tersuy, full, Hematostaphis barteri, hook. F. Anacardiaceae. A tree with pendulous racemes of purple plum-like edible fruit, bark used medicinally. Blood plum tururubi, Lajosophan krausii, mine. Timeliae. A small erect herb with yellow heads of flowers and a thickened root, leaf and root are very poisonous. Turu, Vidi under Orawa. Tutayang Saraki, Vidi Sutra. Tuchabidi, Vidi Babamo. Tuan Bairi, Vidi under Doya. Tuan Ora, Vidi under Alkama. Twashshi, Vidi under Barkono. Uyumra, Vidi Kokara. Awabanza, Vidi Jizaki. A warmagony, Uiana sinuata, Lin. Malvaceae. A shrub 6 to 8 feet high with pink flowers and deeply lobed leaves, planted in compounds, Sokoto West, for its strong fibrous bark used for cordage. Etim, a warmagamy, mother of joinings. This species is scarcely distinguishable from the wild Eulabeta, or Ramania, QV and is often so named. A warmangunguna, Sok. Xanth, and C. Securidaca longi pedunculata, Faz. Polygalaceae. Vidi Sania. Etim. Mother of medicines. A warriera, Cano, Catagum, and C. Ficus capensis, Thunb. Urticaceae. A species of fig tree with dense clusters of edible figs growing on the trunk and older branches. Etim from the abundant fruiting clusters. Sin. Hagugwa, Cano, Borki, and C. Garicha, Zamfara, and Faranora. W. Wada, Rawulfia welwitchii, Stapf. Apocynaceae, a tree somewhat resembling the shea butter tree, with milky sap, Benue district and south. Waoya, Sok, Ficus sp. Urticaceae. A species of fig tree with rounded cordate leaves and large single figs. One Kirumi, another species of ficus. Wayao, Vidi Orgua. Wake, Vinacinensis, Endel. V. Katyang, Walp, and perhaps other species. The common cultivated bean of the country. Chauli, India, Tokok, China. Numerous varieties are recognized, some of them probably of different species, Faran wake, and Jan wake, Waken damina, Wema, Sok and Goba, equals small brown beans usually given to horses but also used as human food. Tsaria, also a brown bean, sometimes mottled, zao, maizai, or biazara, goba, a well-flavored bean which can be cooked without salt, anuda, or biaud, kano, a bean which is half black or brown and half white like a similarly marked variety of sheep, Udawa, a Fulani tribe. Roko, also a piebald bean, Yao the manda, a spotted black and white bean, Hanin marinai, with a blue pod and seeds black speckled, and Qualoge, a larger white bean, an arbin, planted in damp places and said to be ripe in 40 days after planting, Damanabiriu or Kakabiriu, perhaps the same as an arbin, because 2 crops can be grown in one season, Ka nane, Qvia brown speckled bean in curled pods, Bidi, also a speckled bean. Beans are used as food in the following ways. 1. Fresh leaves used as a vegetable or in soup. 2 young pods eaten raw or cooked. 3 beans eaten boiled, the husks given to cattle. 4 tubani, dried beans pounded, canwa added, tied up in folded palm or other leaf and boiled. 5 an wake, bean meal with canwa boiled in lumps and balls, eaten with a soup or sauce of ground nuts, salt, pepper, and Roman gia. 6 asai, dried beans soaked in cold water, ground moist, and then boiled in ground nut oil and made into balls or donuts. Mucilage of QV may be added for cohesion. Asai of beans nearly corresponds with quali of ground nuts, and abakuru of kwaru, QV7. Waza, porridge of ground beans. 8 maker, East Hausa, bean leaves dried and used in soup. Harawan wake equals bean straw used as fodder. Kawa wake equals bean pods or husks. Jimirin wake equals immature bean pods used as a vegetable often uncooked. The following saying is applied to the bean, Nageza wagaku war myenia, kai fair yuku, kai aguna, kai tukunya, kai chiki. These are nicknames for the bean, which is both an unprofitable crop and an inconvenient and coarse kind of food, but the stranger goes home and describes them as novelties which he has seen, the bane of the indolent who will not take the trouble to grind it. In the field it occupies more space than its value, in the pot it requires long cooking, in the stomach it disagrees. Waken anquai, Waken bisa, a large climbing bean, cultivated in some districts, probably the white-seeded va. Of Carnavalia ensiformis, D.C. Sword bean vidi under Rankachi. Anquai, a pagan tribe in Muri. Waken Babai or Waken Guerai, Delichos la Blab, Lin. A cultivated climbing bean on fences, trees near houses, or on hut roofs, and C. Called also W. Damfmi, W. Dani, and C. Wakenbariwa or Wakendamo, Vina membranacea, a rich and other SPP wild twining beans in fields and C. Vidi Gyan. Vina vexillata, Benth. Vina pubigera, Baker, and C. Waken Jizo, Vina trilaba, Walp. A bean twining on fences, and C. greatly resembling the common cultivated bean, eaten by goats, and c. The saying Kaerka Watsas is used of this, from the scattering of the seeds when the pods burst. Waken tumor, Vidiyawa. Waken Trawa or Waken Mesa, W. Stambul, and C. Cajanus indicus, Spreng. Congo pea pigeon pea. An erect shrub introduced for cultivation. A form of Indian dal walking sofa or walking waya, Trichodesma africanum, our brother, Boraginiae, a coarse herb with white flowers, common near villages, and c. Etim. Old man's or fool's apron. Waza, a food made of beans, vidi under wake. Wao, a va. Of dawa, qv vutapariwa, a species of fungus, vidi under tumu kunsuri. Vuta, vidi aduji. Vatsia era, vidi zakia kazu. Vatsia demo, vidi karan masalagai. Vatsia jawa, vidi gabara. Vatsia jaki, vidi katsai mu. Vatsia adangar, vidi zakia kazu. Vatsia kyorj or bundin kyorj, a grass about 12 to 18 inches high, with a bottle brush-like flowering spike. A name somewhat loosely applied, and including Trichopteryx hordeaformis, Stapf, and Pyrotis latifolia, 8. Vatsia kazu or W. era, vidi zakia kazu and shineka. Vatsia rormi, Platycorin paludosa, Rolf, or Kaidii. A small ground orchid with orange-colored flowers. Etim from the long spur of the flower, probably applied to several orchids with spurred flowers. Vuyan bajami, a va. Of Dro, qv vuyan demo, combatum leonense, Ingl. And dials. And perhaps other spp, Combataceae. A tree with corrugated bark and four-winged fruit, a gum yielder, bark used as an astringent medicine. Etim from the rough scaly bark resembling the skin of the large lizard, Damo, Varanus exanthematicus. Waya, a species of fig tree, Vidiwa. Ya equals arrow poison, Vidi quanquani. Yara equals to smear. Sin. Zubgai. Yabenya, Kano, the young plants of Dawa or Chro, which contain prussic acid and are in some circumstances highly poisonous until they reach a certain stage of growth. Yaaya, Leptadenia lancifolia, Dukn. Asclepiadae. A common twiner with half-succulent leaves and a thick greenish sap, leaves and flowers used as food, and bark for fiber. Yaayakada, Takazi battery, bale. Apocynaceae. A twiner with milky juice, common on trees, and seen near streams, including other species. Yaji or yang yaji, a general name for spice, vidi chitta, kabla, and C. yairawan alla, vidi under quarko. Yako, sock and cats, Ipomoea pilosa, sweet, and other spp, convolvulaceae. A rough-leaved convolvulus common on fences, and C. in towns, vidi under barmatabo. The dried leaves form a medicine called dankon kui anjai. Yakuwa, Hibiscus subdarifa, Lin. Malvaceae. Red sorrel rosella. A cultivated plant with acid leaves and succulent calyx, usually red in color, used as a vegetable. Sin. Shur, sok. Gaguzu equals seeds of yakuwa. Dorda warbiso equals seeds boiled and crushed and the oil extracted, used for soup and as a medicinal vehicle. Zoradu equals the fleshy calyces of yakuwa used in food, as a beverage, and see yakuwa for take or wima halba, vidi iana and puyao. Yakuwa iya, ykwai, ydaji, yamamoa, and C equals wild varieties of hibiscus cannabinus, lin. A very variable plant, vidi aramamoa and roma. Yallow, a variety of the native tomato, vidi undergorta. Yama, a common tall grass of meadows, and C cumbopogon rufus, kunth. Used for zana and thatch. Yamururu, sok, meremia angustifolia, hill. Fill. Convolvulaceae. A prostrate convolvulus with narrow leaves, wiry stems, and small pale yellowish flowers. In some districts called Gadon Mashiji, QV Sin. Gamanbawa, QV. The name Yamururu in Contagora and elsewhere equals Ipomoea area carpa, our brother and other SPP, the smaller variety of twining convolvulus common on fences, and C. Yomania, sok, vidi cane facera. Yanbama, sok, penistum benthamii, stoid. Va. Gramenii, a tall grass, 6 to 8 feet high, with cylindrical flower spike like a small edgerow. Elephant grass compared to warcada. Yandi, a large tree used in native house building. Ficus sp. Yanguria equals cotton seed, vidi under abduga. Yugari, a va. Of cotton, vidi under abduga. Yeo the daria, vidi under quaruu. Yeo the manda, a va. Of bean, vidi under wake. Yeron kogi, vidi under adajan rawa. Yorunqua, vidi gaysaya. Yoriai, 1. Ipomoea sp. Convolvulaceae. A convolvulus or morning glory, probably including several species. 2. Yoriae or Yoriane gunner, a wild leguminous twiner with hairy leaves and pods in clusters. Vinolutula, benth. Va. Villica, baker. Yoriane cura, catagum, Gymnema sylvestra, our brother, Asclepiadae. A twiner with milky juice. Yotabshi, a va. Of the cotton plant, vidi under abduga. Yatesa biot, vidi hanu biot. Yosorai, a va. Of the cotton plant, vidi under abduga. Yayo, yibo, or yu, sok, Keratotheca sisamwads, endel. Pedaliaceae. A herb related to sesame, vidi rutu, with mucilaginous juice and pink flowers, used in soup and medicinally, added to cereals and pulses to give cohesion in preparing various comestibles. Etim probably from the viscid sap. Sin. Karkashi. Yaki, Contagora, Crotalaria polycotoma, Torb. Leguminosae. A low pubescent herb with small yellow flowers, used medicinally. vide Saphir fura. Yawa, fiber from various sources. One chiefly that from Ava. Of the cultivated bean, Vinea sinensis, Endel. Grown for the strong fibrous bark of the flowering peduncles, used for fishing lines, nets, horse girths, and sea-sin. Waken tumor, sock, waken ture, goba, waken tuca, cano. To the root bark of the Acacia aquara, QV, Acacia senegal, and other species of Acacia, for example Anu and Twatsa, QV used for strong ropes, and C. Compermia. 3. Applied also to the fiber of Polygala butyracea, HAC. Shei of Kabar, Ineagi of Nup, grown by pagans in the south, Munchi, Togo, and C. Yarakai Kaaphato, Vidae Kaaphato. Yayondara, seeds of various trees used in the game Dara, and hence applied to a leguminous tree in the south, with prickly pods containing 2 large round seeds, Caesalpinia bonducella, Fleming. Yazawa or Zazawa, an undershrub, wild or planted in compounds. The root is an acrid poison and is used for making tribal marks, and as an ingredient in some recipes for arrow poison. U. Vide yayo. Z. Zabgai, arrow poison, sin. Yai, Vide quanquani. Zabibi, a plant with a tuberous rhizome yielding a yellow dye. Curcuma sp. Citaminii. Compare Gangamor. Zabia, a variety of date, Vide under Dabino. Zabo, sock, aloe sp. Probably a barteri, Baker, Liliaceae. An aloe with stiff speckled and hard pointed leaves. 2 varieties occur, 1. A bush variety with orange-yellow flowers. 2. Zabondafi, a cultivated variety planted near houses, having bright red flowers and becoming very succulent, used as an ingredient of arrow poison, also called Zabokao. Sin. Kabarjawa, Kano, Zariah, and C. Zago, Ava. Of Dawa, QV's army, Dachara metal, Lin. Solanaceae. Metal or hairy thorn apple. A coarse branched annual with broad leaves and long white trumpet-shaped flowers, common in waste places about towns, and C. The seeds, in globular prickly capsules, are a deliriant poison. Sin. Haucatia, from its use as an excitant to youths at shiro contests. In Sokoto and Katsina called Baba Jibji, QV. The epithet Sutra, East Hausa, is applied to this plant, from the folding of the unopened corolla. Zybanza, Amaranthus viridis, Lin. Amaranthaceae. A common weed with spikes of inconspicuous greenish flowers, a form of native spinach used as a vegetable and sometimes cultivated. Etym from the insipid taste. Sin. Ruau, sock and cats, and Malamkoshi, Katsina. Zyburi, Vide under Goriba. Zau, Ava. Of bean, Vide under Wake. Zamak, Suspania punctata, D.C. Leguminosae. A tall slender leguminous shrub of wet places, with pinnate leaves and yellow flowers, a sooty pigment got by scorching the stems is used to decorate huts. The stems are used for arrow shafts. Sin. Chesheko, East Hausa, compare also a lambo. Zamfariuwa, Ava. Avdro, QV Zango, Ava. Avdro, QVZI. Katagum, and C. Bossia senegalensis, lamb. Caparidee, a low shrub with bunches of small whitish flowers and berry fruit, leaves and berries used as food. Compare Anza. Zazajawa or Zazagwaiwa, Vidi Sariagwaiwa. Zazawa, Vidi Yazawa. Zindi, Katagum, Kanuri, Combatum sp. Nr. C. Hartmannianum, Schwinf. Combataceae, a tree with shining foliage and four-winged fruit, probably the same as Chiriri, C. Castingiae, England Dials. QV Zoradu, the calices of the red sorrel or yakuwa, Hibiscus subtarifa Lin. QV used as food, medicine, and a beverage. Zogalagandi, Moringa pterygosperma, Gaon. Moringaceae. Horseradish tree. A tree with graceful foliage, white flowers and long pendulous pods, frequently planted around houses, and therefore also called Samarindanga. The winged seeds yield an oil of Ben. Sin. Bagaru war marker, Sok, Barambo, Goba, also sometimes called Tani Ka Samu, QV, compare Kernan Nasara. The roots can be used as horseradish and the young leaves as a vegetable. Zugu, Vidi under Abduga. Zunguru, Ava. Of the bottle gourd, Vidi under Duma. Zunzuna, Vidi Rawaya. Zerma, Ricinus communis, Lin. Euphorbiaceae. Castor oil plant. A tall shrub with large broad leaves and erect racemes of spiny capsules containing the seed from which castor oil is made, commonly planted in compounds or growing in waste places. The oil is chiefly used externally by Hausas, for sores on camels, and CQ equals a dark oily extract from the mixed seeds of Zerma, by neither Zugu, and Ajiwa, QV Zoyayu, Ava. Of the bottle gourd, Vidi under Duma. Zuwo, Celtis integrifolia, lamb. Urticaceae. A large tree. Nettle tree. Sin. Ducky, QV compare also Dinkin. Index to genera and popular names referencer Abraziden Zakara. Acacia bagaruwa, Aquara, Dussi, Fera Aya, Farichin Shafo, Gabashara, Gardii, Gawo, Arera, Wandaria, Yawa. Acryanthus haurin mashiji. Aden Sonia Cuca. Adenia maria. Adenodolicus wiwa. Adenopus gajinjima. Adena kanya rafi. Eolanthus iauia. Erayua alagi. Is shinome folfoli, a dajan rawa. Aphromosia beagini, Murpho. Aphazalia kawo. Agaricus naman kaza. Albizia katsari. Alchornia bambami. Algilimnia. Allium albasa, Tafaranuwa. Allozabo. Alternanthrum icane dubu. Alasicarpus gay dargi. Amaranthus alefu, Zybanza. Ambliganocarpus collo. Ambrosia babamor. Amomum chitta. Amorphophallus quasar wododon quo. Ampelochisus sabiri kinkini. Anacardium kanju. Anaphrenium hawayanzaki, Shiwakar garagari. Ancomanes sacra. Andropogon bayan maria, Damba, Gamba, Landa, Janbao, and si ani alma si dawn carrier. Anogisus marike. Ananagwanda deji. Anzalia mantarawa. And heracum tamrao. Anthoclista quaeri. Apple, achialal. Balsam garofani. Custard wild gwanda deji. Hairy thorns army. Dead Sea or Sodom tumfaphia. Arachiskia, Gugia. Arjmun quarko. Aristida datsi, Kazmakaru, Katsai mu. Aristolachia garcuca. Arnebia ginin muchum. Arrow poison quanquani. Arrowwood, South Sea Amara. Artemisia tazagadi. Artocarpus barabuchu. Aradugabara. Asclepias risga kjorge. Asparagus satsarahira. Aspilian anake. Aubergine gorta. B. balanites ajiwa. Balsamodendron dashi, joral. Bamboo gora. Banana arba. Baobab cuca. Baphia magigi. Barley share. Basil, sweet iowia. Borhinia jerga, cargo. Bdalium, African dashi. Bead tree kernan nasara. Bean wake. Mahogany kawo. Overlook arankachi. Sword arankachi, waken anquai. Yam gyri. Binized ratu. Burja bushi. Batu, oilavajiwa. Biophi chumzuku. Bird's eye iden zakara. Blefaris farskara toyai. Blyir lal, gwanja cusa. Blood flower albe sarquai. Blood plum tersuyi. Bloodwood madobia. Boa harvia babajuyi. Bombic scourgia. Borassa skiginia. Bossia anza, zi. Boswellia hano. Breadfruit barabuchu. Breakax kari gatari. Break ho kari galma. Bridalia kerni. Brinjal gorta. Broomweed, sweet Roma fada. Bryony gorton zomo. Buffalo horn magaria cura. Bulrush shala. Burkey curie. Butyrospumum carnia. Sea cabbage tree queri. Cadabar bagayi. Cadalvina takel minzomo. Caesalpinia yayondara. Caginus wakentrawa. Caltrop sedo, dei. Water girawa. Camwood magigi. Canarvalia arankachi, adargaya, waken anquai. Caparis haugeri, abdodo. Capsicum barcono. Caraluma caran masalagai. Cardiospumum gorton quo. Carica guanda. Carissa gigi. Carpodinus alubeda. Cassava rogo. Cassia Bagaru War Asa, Fideli, Filasco, Gamma Fa, Aior, Runhu, Tafasa. Casai the Rum Fa Gada. Castor Oil Zerma. Silosia Alefu, Faran, Nanafo. Celtis Zuwo. Centaura Dei. Suntrus Aranjaya. Cephalandra Barconan Biari, Gurjin Deji. Karatothica Karkashi. Chestnut, Water Girawa. Chustic Tree Marike, Tafashia. Chilis Barcono. Chloris Afar Fakara, Cassara. Chlorophyra Loco. Chrosophora Damagi. Chrysanthellum Raria Asa. Cien Fu Agacia Ka. Cisampelos Gibdar Asa. Citralus Augashi, Gunna. Citrus Lemu. Cleavers and Kafi. Clematis Rogon Deji. Chlorhodendron Mashai. Clinogin Fitta. Cloves Anum Fari. Cochlospumum Rawea. Cocos Quaquaratigara. Cola Goral. Colocasia Guaza. Combatum Chiriri, Delo, Chzo, Gogajaki, Kari Galma, Turamia, Vuyan Damo, Zindi. Camelina bullisa. Comifera Dali. Convolvulus, Vidi Ipomoea. Copaiba balsam, West African Cadora. Coral tree matria. Corchorus lalu, Malafia. Cordia aliliba. Corn, Guineadawa. Indian Mazara. Costus Kais Uwa Hausa. Cotton Abduga. Cowage or Cowich Carrera. Crativa ingidido. Cress, common or garden algarif, labsa. Crinum albae sarqui. Crossopteryx casfia. Crotalaria biarrona, girawaki, maganin cunama, manturawa, saphir fiora, yaki. Crotonich and meza. Cryptolepis aphonbi. Ctenium shineka. Ctenolepisian hanwea. Cucumber, African Kurzunu. Cucumis gurgi, Cane fakera, Nonan cura, Zuwar anzaki. Cucurbitar kabiwa. Curculigo doyarkyorj. Curcuma gangamor, Zabibi. Cos gemma. Casonia guobsa. Cyathula aranja kazu. Cyanotis ra, Tamrao. Cycnium guanja cusa. Cumbopogon gajrai, Yera, Nob, Sabre, Sikar Deji, Yama. Synodon kirikiri. Cypurasaya, Aya, Antunuga, Gizjairi, Guajwaya, Kajaji. Didactyloctenium gue. Dalwakentrawa. Danielia cadora. Date dabino. Desertajiwa. Dachara babajuyi, zami. Desmodium ankafi. Deuterium tora. Devil's coach whipzaki yakazu. Dichro starchis unu, Sara iya. Dicamadawa. Digitaria acre, Haria, Karani, Makari. Dioscoria doya, Azane rogo, Sakata. Diospiros canya. Delichos waken babai. Donax fitta. Dragon's blood Madobia. Dub Kirikiri. Diridawa. Discorist Fida Hakukuwa. Ebony, African Kanya. Eggplant Gorta. Quaqua. Elemi, African Atilis. Elusine Tamba, Tuji. Entida Tawasa. Iragristus Buddery, Berbawa, Thinsia. Eriodendron Rami. Erythrina Madria. Erythrophloum guasca. Eugenia anumphari, Malmo. Euphorbia fidesat c. Orgua, Kerana, Curashan Nonan Kurchia, Sutra, Tynia. Evolvulus ka phi malum. F. Father Giagargai. Fairtia Uru. Fern, Elks Horn de Fadu. Hair Spear Mashin Zomo. Male or Gugu. Ficus Aura, Bijage, Shia, Dulu, Durumi, Gamji, Garicha, Ori, Nonanguanki, Rubia, Shirenia, Tani ka Samu. Awarriera, Wa, Yandi. Fimbristlis Gemen Kazu. Flugiusa. Frankincense tree Hanno. G. Garcinia Goror. Gardenia Gori, K. Tambayari. Gingerly Rutu. Ginger Chiturafu. Jaiskialalan Shamuwa. Gladiolus rumina. Gloriosa bureri. Glossinima taringida. Gossypium abduga. Good, bottle or club duma. Prophets cane fakera. Sour cuca. Squash kabiwa. Grains of paradise chitta. Granger tamberi. Grapes, forest sabiri kinkini. Grass, Bermuda or dub kirikiri. Bristly foxtail juicer. Comb fringe gue. Cos or vetiver gemma. Elephant yanbama, de warcada. Prickly burr arangeria. Spanish reed gabara. Gruia dargaza, Gurdugu, Karukubi. Girasabara. Guinea grains chitta. Gum Arabic aquara, Bagaruwa. Gum acacia dussi, Fera iya, Gardii. Guttapachar tree gamji. Gymnima yariane cura. Gymnosporia unashua. Gynandropsis gaseia. Gynura barbahan. H. habnarium uracine daji. Hemanthus albae sarqui. Hematostaphis tersuyi. Hanotacanajawa. Heliotropium beaphilitani, Gwanja cusa, Tumki rafi. Hemp, African bowstring moda. Indian roma. Henalal. Heterapogon bunsuran daji. Hibiscus aramamoa, Quua, Yakuwa, Roma. Hippocratigua ai. Holahina bacon muchum. Hordium share. Horseradish trees o galagandi. Hygrophilus ariagwaiwa. Hymenocardia janyo. Hyphena goriba. Hyptis iauya carrier, kimba. I imperator tofa. Indigo barber, talaki. Indigufera barber, Bain bunyu, Anmaraik, Gujia hankaka, Aiai koma kan mashikia, Karkashin zomo, Sargajai, Tantaroba. Ipamoia Awarwaro, Barmatabo, Dankalai, Dankon Kui Anjai, Du Markada, Dequai, Farangamo, Afar Kaza, Kurin Mashiji, Soru Dubu, Yako, Yamyoruru, Yariai. Iaroko Loco. Irvingia Goran Byari. Isabelin Yadaka. Jatrofa Bini the Zugu. Jequirati Iden Zakara. Juub Tree Magaria. Joshia Shashato. Jute Lalu, Malafia. Bastard Roma. KK Pokrami. Castingira Quaru. Kayamki. Kijilia Raina. Kino, African Madobia. Coimpheria Limnia Quai. Coco Yam Guaza. Cola Goral. El Lactuca Dei, Namijin, Nonan Aria. Larginaria Duma. Landolfia Chiwo. Lantana Kimba Mahalba. Le Josephan Tururubi. Lawson Ialal. Leonotis Kane Arawo. Lepidium algarif, Labsa. Leptadinia Yaaya. Lettuce, Water Kainua. Lucas Iawaguna. Lilac, African or Persian Kernan Nasara. Lily, Climbing Bureri. Spider Hatsin Manoma. Water Bado. Lime Lemu. Limonia Kokuwa. Locust Bean, African Orawa. Loncocarpus Fuanyang Saraki, Shunin Byari, Talaki. Lophiracania, Namijin. Loranthus Couchi. Love Lies Bleeding A Lefu. Lafa Soso. Mmairua Chishawa, Kazari. Mahogany, African Mki. Bean Kawo. Maize Mazara. Malatus Afamutiwa. Malo, Jews Malafia. Mangifera Mangoral. Mango Mangoral. Maniho, Maniokrogo. Malia Kernan Nasara. Melashia Tukara. Melon, Water Gunner. Tree Gwanda. Many Oil Tree Kanya, Namijin, Meremia Barmatabo, Yamyoruru. Metals Army. Milk Hedge Fidesat C, Orgwa. Milkweeds Fataka, Hanjin Rago, Afon by, Rizga Kyorj, Rajia, Tarinjida, Tumfafia. Millet, Bastard Tumbinjaki. Bulrush or Pearl Damro, Dro, Mewa. Great Dawa. Merua or Rajitamba. Mimosa A Daji. Egyptian Bagarua. Mistletoe, West Indian Couchi. Maitre Karpum Gogam Maju. Mitra Jinjilya. Momordika Garafani. Manekma and Farkami. Morlia in Yuwarana. Moringazo Galagandi. Morning Glory Yako, Yariai. Mukuna Carrera. Mukia Gorton Zomo. Musaraba. Mushroom Naman Kaza. Merjoral. African Dashi. En Nelsonia Samia Makioa. Nephridium or Gugu. Nettle Trees Uwo. Nubaldia Aduruku. Nikoshiana Taba. Nightshade, Black Gorton Kg. Nut, Bambara Ground Quaruru. Ground or Monkey Gear. Kola goral. Physic or purging bini the zugu. Shaykanya. Tiger aya. Nymphia bado. Oak, African Kanya, Namijin. Oats, Wild Bunsuran Daji. Okimamaiawia. Odina Feru, Joal. Odum Loco. Okrakwua. Oleksquano Rafi. Onkabar Coca Shiko. Onion Albasa. Ophia glossum mashin zomo. Apilia inuorgada. Orange lemu. Orchid mantarawa, Murachine bisa, Murachine daji, Vitsia romi. Ordeal tree guasca. Ormocarpum fascarajawa. Oriza shinkafat. Oxalis zuku. Oxystelma hanjin rago. Oxytenanthragora. P. pashiritsa skyari. Palm, coconut quaquaratigara. Date dabino, compare also Cajun gyri. Deleb, fan or Palmyra giginia. Dum or gingerbread goriba. Oil quaqua. Pancratium hadsin monoma. Panicumbea, bubakai, buragu, haurin carrier, macara, macarin fau, roba, thcinsia. Pardanelia cadora. Pereira brava, fols gibdar asa. Perinurunga waza, gwanja cusa, aiai, rua. Parkia orawa. Parkinsonia sasabani. Parspalam tumbinjaki. Paulinia kana. Paveta gadu. Pavanayazu. Papor gwanda. P. Earthgia. Heart Gorton quo. Maniok gyri. Pigeon waken trawa. Penistum damro, faithwa, dro, yesua, mewa, yanbama. Pepper, African, Guinea or Negro Kimber. Benin, or West African Black Massorol. Miligueta chitta. Red or Chili barcono. Pergularia fataka. Peristrophy tubaninda wakey. Pirotis vitsiarkjorge. Pucednum raconjawa. Phoenix dabino. Philanthus durant sunsei, Madria kirumi. Physalis mat samama. Physic nut bini the zugu. Piper massoral. Pistia kinuwa. Plant in a bar. Platycerhium de fadu. Platicorin vitsia romi. Platistonia kimber raffi. Pulctranthus risga. Plaeoceras bacon muchum. Plum, gingerbread gawaza. Hog, Spanish or Jamaica tsedalamaradu. Polycarpae bacon suda, magudia. Polygala sahankaki deco, yawa. Pomegranate romani. Poppy, yellow Mexican quaco. Portulaca faza abba. Potato, Kaffa risga. Sweet dankali. Pataxan tu mu kun suri. Prayer beads Iden zakara. Pride of India Kernan Nasara. Privet, Egyptian lal. Prosopis kyria. Pseudo-cedrilla tuna. Psarispamum kaskawami. Tacarpus gyakirumi, Madobia. Pulicaria bulbula. Pumpkin, Pompian Kabiwa, White Duma, Punica Romani, Pupalia Merinkazu, Purging Nut Bini the Zugu, Purslane Faza Abba, Horse Gadon Mashiji, Arandia Katambayari, Sabra, Rafia Tukurawa, Rawulfia Wada, Reed, Spanish Gabara, Rituk Naiwa, Gemma, Rice Shinka Fat, Hungry Acre, Tumbinjaki, Ricinus Zerma, Rogeria Barbaradu, Rosala Yakuwa, Rosewood, African Madobia, Rotbellia Jizama, S. Sakaram Rake, Kyomro, Salix Rimni, Songs of Iria Moda, Sand Pods Bagaruwa, Sarcocephalus tafashia, Sarsaparilla queranga, Saswood Gwaska, Sausage Tree Raina, Schizoglossum rugia, Tifocatia mamaka, Scoeni feldia shineka, Schwenkia dandana, Scoparia roma fada, Securidaka sinia, Sejaya, Ayaya, Antunuga, Geman Kazu, Gizjayari, Gwajwaya, Kajaji, Sena Fideli Filasco, Sisamam Rutu, Rutinbariwa, Suspania Lambo, Zamak, Citaria Duza, Shea Butter Tree Kanya, Cedar Garamani, Aakika Fito, Miarsania, Silk Cotton Tree Rami, Red Flowered Gurgia, Smilax Queranga, Solanum Gorta and C. Gorgo, Sopubia Ryman Aguada, Sorghum de War Carda, Takena, Sorrel, Red Yakuwa, Spermacus alkaman Tururawa, Spiderwort Bulasa, Spider Lily Hatsin Monoma, Spinach, Native Alerfu, Spondius dania, Thsadalamaradu, Sporobolus harkin furto, Starchitaphytus archaeakazu, Sterculia goror, Qqki, Stereospumum songzami, Striga uduji, Strophanthus quanquani, Strike nose oiia, Styloschiton gwandii, Stylosanthus sire fowl, Sugarcane rake, Takena, Swartzia beama, Gamma fa, Syncolostimon tu mucun biari, T. taka amara, Gijan yabiari, Takazi yaiyakada, Tal gumacacia dusi, Tamarindus samia, T. frosia inai, Majimfa, Sabani, Terminalia borsch, Kandari, Tetraplurida wo, Thelipagonatania, Thoningia kubla, Tinia godarzomo, Tomato, native gorta, Trapagirawa, Trianthemagadon mashiji, Tribulus sedo, Trichilia guanja cusa, Jan se, Trichodesma walking sofo, Tricolina myfarankai, Trichopteryx vatsiarkyorj, Tripogon bubukuwa, Triticum alkama, Triumpheta and Kafi, Shur and Fadama, Trochmeria aqualu, Turmeric gang amor, Typhushala, Uwapaka ka fafago, Uraria Karskifi, Uiana Romania, Urgenia albasa cura, Astalago birchuntuna, V. vangiria bitar ka syra, Vegetable marrow kabiwa, Velvet bean carrera, Velvet leaf jibdar asa, Vernonia urzu, Domashi, Subulan matter, Sheeni, Shawaka, Tizalin bariwa, Vetivaria gemma, Vina wake, Waken bariwa, Waken jizo, Yariai, Viniana, Sabiri kinkini, De fara, Balloon Gorton quo, Edible stem dairy, Rubber alubada, Chiwo, Vitexinia, Viticiana, Aeri, De fara, Zuwaran biari, Vokanga oia biari, Vonzai agugia, Quaru, W. Walteria hankufa, Wheat alkama, Willow rimni, Winter cherry Gorton quo, Wisadula quanquerimi, Withania aromaranta, Wood oil tree cadora, Exzimenia seda, Zilopia kimber, Xizamalabi umbouch, Rugia, Yam doya, Azane rogo, Coco guaza, Zedzanthoxylum fazaweri, Zmazara, Zingiber chitarafu, Ziziphus kerna, Magaria cura, Zornia subulan qui angi. Printed in Great Britain by Unwin Brothers, Limited, Woking and London. Transcribers note, PG-13 changed, Ipomoea pilocetu, Ipomoea PG-15 changed, F. populifolia, Vol. Urticaceae, to, Urticaceae PG-24 changed, Sorghum halapense to, Halepence PG-25 changed, Vitexian Kowski, Kochi itpia. 2. Kochi PG-34 changed, Ctenolepsis chirosiformis to, Ctenolepis PG-41 changed, species, Sterulaceae, to, Sterculiaceae PG-52 changed, Hanyarafi or Kanyakirumi, Adina to, Kanyarafi PG-53, X2, changed, Ipomoea to, Ipomoea PG-55 changed, Kalnuwa to, Kainuwa PG-63 changed, Vokanga to, Vokanga PG-65 changed, Ipomoea to, Ipomoea PG-66 changed, Sok. Cats. Catugum, and C. to, Catugum PG-78 changed, Sisamum indicum to, Sisamum PG-84 changed, Vernonia primulina, Ohorfn. to, Ohorfn. PG-86 changed, Ipomoea to, Ipomoea PG-88 changed, Schoenfeldia gracilis to, Schoenfeldia PG-89 Sure and Fardamar moved out of Sure and made into its own entry, right below. PG-103 changed, Ipomoea to, Ipomoea PG-104, X2, changed, Ipomoea to, Ipomoea PG-110 changed, Aristida, Casamakeru to, Casmakeru PG-111 changed, Chrysanthella to, Chrysanthellum PG-113 changed, Gruia, Gerduzu to, Gerdugu PG-114 changed, Lejosophan, Tucharubi. to, Tururubi. pg 117 changed, Platicorn to, Platicorin pg 118 changed, Cissagum to, Cisamum pg 118 changed, Trichilia to, Trichilia. Minor changes in punctuation have been done silently. Other spelling inconsistencies have been left unchanged. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook. A Hausa botanical vocabulary. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, The work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.